Poopies? Hello, Mori. Hello, Helix. And hot water. You don't have hot water? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that's gonna be nice. Can you at least flush your toilet? Yeah, it sounds like it did. It basically sounds like you are, like, you said you were going to a beach house or something. But it basically sounds like you're living in a really shitty beach house already. Alrighty, so yesterday we were talking to a lot of horse. Spent like 2 hours talking to horse. And today we're continuing talking to horse. Well, I hope it works out well for you, dude. But to continue the horror quest, I actually like this song here. It's really monotonous, but it's got a very nice, mysterious feeling to it.
All right.
After the Civic Festival, it seems. Tarava. Tarhava Vjul. Talk to this lady. The smell of alcohol wafts heavily from this young woman, and despite her dark skin, you can see that her face, beautiful but cruel looking, is flushed. She is slender but well muscled, adorned in exotic jewelry and translucent silk clothing. Numerous scars crisscross her thighs and forearms. They look to be from battle wounds. Greetings. Well, well, what have we here? A little tiefling gutter queen come crawling out of the hive. The woman pouts, talking as one would to a small child. Are you lost, little tiefling? Oh, look, it has a tail. How cute. Anna flushes, and with a snarl, blades sprout from her fists. Now, fiendkin, don't do that. The woman seems unconcerned as Anna draws her weapons, and clucks disapprovingly with her tongue. Careful now, or I'll remove that tail of yours and feed it to my dogs. Let Anna handle it. You have a sharp tongue on you, wee lass. Anna spits and sharpens her blades against each other. I wonder how sweet your tacky jewels and harlot's clothes look on you when you're dead in the street. Anna, wait. You filthy spawn of the lower plains, a bitch bastard that not even a Tanari would keep it in its pen. She draws her blade. Call for the guards. Sheathe the blade, girl, or I'll sheathe it in your body. What foul thing gave birth to you, Sarah? She grimaces in disgust then laughs harshly. And such a stench! You one of death's bastards? You notice a curved long knife hanging from her hip. Her hand rests loosely upon its pommel. Want me to slap this barmy chit down, chief? Show no mercy, Mort. Mort winks at you and calls to the woman. Hey you! That's right, you there. You saucy little tart. Look at me when I talk to you. What's got you so bitter, The woman, caught off guard, does not reply. Ah, does the little desert princess have her britches in a bunch because the sultan wanted another son? Tell me, desert princess, do you spend most of your nights drunken and belligerent, followed followed about by a handful of leering sycophants, looking in your own pathetic way to justify your existence to a disapproving father. What? Who? How dare? Do you really think your petty brawling will finally make you feel better about yourself? Feel like you're worth something? Because it won't. If this is your sad little path to feeling better about who you are, I suggest you give up, go home, and marry off into some courtier's harem. I. Mort turns to you. See, Chief, I know what's going to happen here. We all know Mort's right on the ball with this one. But oh, no, proud little desert princess, cut down in public, humiliate. The woman draws her blade and, snarling like an enraged animal, lunges at Mort. Things happen as they will. Hey, lady. How slow are you?
Slattern. You see that?
Alright. I guess. Why did she have a rat charm on her? That's something rich ladies are supposed to have. Alavesh the Onyx. Let's just head inside. Splinter, Jolmy, Murtwin, Jumble Murders. This throne appears as old as the building itself. It looks unused, more a piece of artwork than a ruler's seat. No! This handsome young man seems lost in thought, his brow furrowed, and a slight frown upon his lips. Greetings! And to thee, sir, hail! What dost thou wish of me? Are you Montague? I need to speak with you about Juliet. Oh? He gives you a puzzled, slightly suspicious look. I demand her love, and I demand that you withdraw your false protestations of love before I mash you into tiny bits. Thou love her so that thou wouldst fight me? Yes. He studies you for a moment. Thou art passionate about this matter, I see. Passion stems from love. Thou love her, and I could not deny her love such as thine. I shall from this moment onward hold no claim on her. Thou may do as you wish. Alright then. Farewell. And a farewell to thee as well, sir. Now, I have some things to attend to. If we meet again, we might speak more of the matter. Montague bows and turns to go. Like, running away. He's high. Didn't someone mention him? This is a life-sized granite statue of a gentleman standing with his arms at his sides, eyes closed. It is of excellent craftsmanship, exquisitely detailed and incredibly lifelike. So much so, in fact, that you find yourself wondering if it's really a statue at all. Greetings? The statue makes no response. Chief? You've seen statues before, right? Know that they don't talk or anything? Perhaps, Mort. I'll just touch them. You touch the statue and find that while the clothes that adorn it are of grey cloth rather than rock, the skin is as cool and hard as granite. Strike the statue. As you make to strike the statue, its eyes flash open and it catches your fist in an iron-hard grip. Narrowing its cold grey eyes, it speaks with a voice like two boulders grinding together. Why would you strike, Quisai? Forgive me, I only meant to see if you were truly a statue. He nods slowly, frowning. You are forgiven. However, one feels you are lacking patience. Perhaps I had some questions. The statue remains silent as ever. Hello? My questions? There is still no response. Wait for a response. There is still no response. You get the sense that Quisai might be testing your patience. Keep on waiting. A few minutes pass, and Quisai has still failed to respond. Wait quietly for a few more moments. The statue's eyes open. He gazes at you with cold grey eyes. He speaks ponderously with a voice like two boulders grinding together. Your patience is noted. Quisai would speak with you now. Mort rolls his eyes and makes a gagging noise. Powers, no, not another Burke that talks like this. What do you know about Ravel Puzzlewell? Nothing. Okay. I have questions about you. After a period of silence, he speaks. Ask. What is it you were meditating upon when I first found you? Kisai meditates upon the Way of Stone. The Way of Stone? Metal Gear. Kisai nods. Philosophy. A method of combat. With it, Kisai seeks to achieve invulnerability. Invulnerability. You'd be unbeatable in combat. Yes, now. The way is not yet perfect. Kisai will make it so one day. Kisai knows this. Can you tell me what you've discovered so far? Kisai nods. No one has asked Kisai to share his knowledge of the way. Kisai shall do this now. He begins to speak at length, slowly and carefully. Listen and learn the Way of Stone.
Updated my journal.
After hours of listening and many questions, you come to understand what little of Kisai's Way of Stone he can teach you. In combat, you will use it to resist and deflect your enemy's blows, improving your armor class. Thanks, Kisai. I had other questions. I have questions about this place. This is the Civic Fest Hall. Need you know more? Find another to ask. Alright, farewell. 6 AC! Got -1, I think.
I'm gone.
That's not bad. I mean, our AC still sucks ass. I don't even think we'll actually... Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I haven't made it this far in the game before. We still don't have an armor. And I don't know if you get one. Gisis the Crooked. Not who I'm looking for. Warrior, warrior, warrior. Not a warrior. Ariar. Looking for some specific people. Not Jumble Murder Sense. Merriman. Oh, wait, isn't that the guy? This man looks like a bitter, cantankerous old codger. His mouth is twisted into a frown that becomes even more severe as he notices you coming this way. Merriman my name may be, but merry I am not. Off with you, young one. No time for the likes of you. He goes into a fit of coughing from the exertion of shooing you away so loudly. Wait. Laura wanted me to speak with you. Merriman eyes you suspiciously. That's so. About what, eh? Well? She says that you're her first love, and that so long as you hold the keys to her heart, she'll never be free to love another. She told you that, eh? I'm surprised. Perhaps leaving her under Mistress Grace's tutelage did what I couldn't. Started to develop her feelings. In any case, pats a pocket on his tunic. I won't just give the keys to you. Wait, those are literally the keys to her heart? He nods. That they are. Dolores a construct. Didn't you know that? A creature of sorcery and clockwork mechanics. And one of my finest creations, Merriman sighs. But cold, without emotion or character. I brought her to the brothel and set her so that she could not leave, in the hopes that the constant contact with so many others would begin to develop her own personality. The keys are the tools used to set her. She wants them because she feels that they're limiting her personal growth now, I suspect. Then why don't you just return them to her? Merriman scowls. Because I've become a cruel and bitter old man who sees he can get something out of you. Go on then. What do you want? I want to forget. I've lived almost 150 years now. and I've seen every sensory stone I've cared to see in this grand hall. I've little time to live. I've little time left to live, and I'm too weak to go out in search of wholly new experiences. I need to find a way to forget them all. That way I can start again in my final days. So, do I just wallop you in the back of the head or what?
My journal.
No, you bloodthirsty lummox. I'll need something. Some item, some concoction that will allow me to forget. Like a draught of the river Styx, something like that. Alright. I'll return if I find something. Farewell. Oh! Age in training. Death's Advocate. Didn't someone mention him as well? Sigillians, welcome! Please take your seats and listen to the darks of which I speak. Darks? Give me a break. We're really not gonna listen to this rattletrap, are we? Come on, let's go find some sensei chits. But I've never had the pleasurous sensation of tasting the fiery passion of a skull's lips. Waggles eyebrows in anticipation. Why? Does he even have eyebrows? Ignore Mort. Keep listening. He begins speaking with a somber tone. Death. It is what awaits you at the end of life's journey. He coughs slightly, then raises his eyebrows dramatically, waving his hands at the same time. Death is not an end, but a beginning. Mort whispers, beginning of more suffering? Nod to Mort quietly. For when you die, you shall not cease to exist, no, far from it. The outer planes shall welcome you to their breasts. There a new life, one such as you have never known awaits you there. Mort whispers, that's for sure. Nod to Mort quietly. You shall cast away the tattered cloak of this life and become one of the faithful, a petitioner. As a petitioner, on this outer plane your life's journey shall truly begin. If you have been a goodly sort of gentleman, steadfast in charity and goodwill toward your fellow bloods, perhaps the light-blanketed slopes of Mount Celestia shall house you when you die. Your spirit shall pass on to this place dwelling as a petitioner, the beauty of golden mornings, soft sunlights that caresses, sighs dreamily. Mort whispers, and eternal boredom. Nod to Mort quietly. Perhaps you lived your life to betray others and get ahead. Giving lies instead of truths, backstabbing others, all to accomplish your own goals. Cold, blood-red Carceri, the plane where all turncoats fall when they pass on, will be the cage that imprisons you. As a petitioner on this plane, you shall live a life of treachery, and treacheries, of lies and lying, knowing a life without trust. Mort whispers, looks like we know where we both are going. Looks like we know where we both are going to end up when we die. Nod to Mort quietly. He hunches over, his eyes dart back and forth. And perhaps you have lived a life of bloodthirsty evil, contemptuous of your fellow man, laying others low and doing as you pleased without a care for who or what you hurt. Keep listening. Then it is perhaps one of the lower planes, Beator, or the chaotic swirling layers of the abyss, that shall welcome you. Evil to the core are the spirits that come to this plane, and most are doomed to mindless cruelty and suffering or servitude in the dreaded, he whispers dramatically, Blood War. Mort whispers, and that's if you're lucky. Nod to Mort quietly. No matter where you go, know this. You shall be embarking on a new life. A new life, my Sigillians. Mort whispers, and that's supposed to be an incentive. You get to do this all again. Gee, I can't wait to be a floating skull all over again. Hi Kim, what a tart. Spoken just like someone who hasn't died before, huh? Nod to Mort quietly. You shall be able to start anew, without the burden of memory of your past life. Your sole goal, if you will, he smiles at his own humor, is to merge with this new plane that you are on, becoming one with the ideals, and the very substance of the plane itself. You shall be one of the inhabitants, the petitioners on this plane, or ideally one of the building blocks upon which the plane is built. It is the goal of all petitioners. To accomplish this goal, He claps his hands together for emphasis. Must, clap, hold, clap, do, clap, your, clap, ideals. Mort whispers, oh, this is one big steaming load. Nod to Mort quietly. Your ideals, good or evil, law or chaos, or somewhere in between. As you approach the alignment of the plane, your journey will end as you become part of the plane itself. It's a glorious existence, my sigillians. And that is what awaits you after death, my audience. Have a care as to how you live your life, but know that it is not oblivion that awaits you after this life. Mort says aloud, what wash? The speaker's head turns to face Mort, frowning slightly. He leans out, trying to see who spoke. A question? A question from one of the living, perhaps? Mort ducks below the lecturer's field of view, then turns to you and whispers, go ahead, Chief. Tell him the dark of it. What is the dark of it? Yes, I have a question. He indicates for you to continue. Explain alignment to me. Forgive me if I did not explain myself for all my listeners. Alignment is your spiritual leaning, good or evil, law or chaos. Alignment is the way you behave, and it is of consequence. The way you approach life decides your destination when you die. I had another question. He indicates for you to continue. What's a petitioner? A petitioner is what you become when you arrive on this new plane after you have died. As a petitioner, you forsake memory and past life, focusing solely on your new one. And the goal of this new one is... He waits for a response from you with a smile. Answer your own questions. Don't presume to test me. Remain in ignorance then. Had another question. But if someone can't die? He laughs. Nonsense! Everyone dies, friend. Even gods die. But suppose that someone can't die. Well, then, based on what I've said, he would never reach the outer planes and never become a petitioner. I had another question. The dustmen say that this life is where we end up when we die. The speaker chuckles derisively. Some members of the audience chuckle as well. There are countless petitioners, my friend, dustmen among them, who would disagree with dustman philosophy. I had another question. Prove what you say is true. Eh? The lecturer looks taken aback. And how might I do that? Die? Here? Now? The audience becomes silent. Feeling the pressure, the speaker swallows slightly. Well now, he smirks suddenly. If you go first, I shall do so. The audience chuckles. Agreed. Very well. The speaker's face is stone for a moment, then it brightens. Come up to the stage, my friend. He turns to the audience, smiling. A rare treat. Sigillians, today and today only, we shall have a live demonstration of how to become a petitioner. No, I don't want to do this. Actually, forget it. He sneers. Yes, that's what I thought your answer might be. I had another question. Can a petitioner die? What happens when they die? No, wait. Ah, no! Get ready to leave. Then I shall take my leave for now. I shall continue to lecture here at the hall, and perhaps in years hence, I shall meet you as a petitioner beyond death's door. Ah, yeah, whatever. Alright. No, not whatever. Oh shit, I have to go through this all this again. Yes, I have a question. What if someone can't die? He laughs. Nonsense. Everyone dies, friend. Even gods die. I can't die. Oh, truly? Look, everyone, a rare treat. One of the great immortals has graced us with his presence. Greetings, O immortal. The audience laughs. I can prove it. Oh, do! Do! There is more laughter from the audience. What sport? Take heed, my audience. I think we shall have a rare display of my lecture today. Come up here, O immortal, and we shall see who is right and who is dead. Kill yourself, then get back up. The speaker turns white at this, taking a step back. By the powers! I think it only fair that you prove your point now. Eh? The audience watches in morbid fascination. Well now. Go on, die, here, now. Prove your words to be true. Embrace your life as a petitioner. He gulps. Now, He offers weakly. I must confess that I'm not quite ready to depart this life just yet. So, this great new life on the outer planes may not be all it's supposed to be. The speaker is aware of his hypocrisy, but is afraid of the alternative. Perhaps not. He glances quickly at the audience. Well, certainly not now. As I thought. No, that's what I thought. I have no more questions. If there are no more questions, get ready to leave. He looks eager to wrap things up. Then I shall end this session. I shall continue to lecture here at the hall, so, tell all your friends. Oh, didn't get anything out of that. Thieving training. Three planes aligned. Thin and sharp-featured. His yellow skin covered with tattoos. This man looks over the room and its inhabitants with cold black eyes. He appears to be giving a lecture. Stay for the lecture. I am known as Three Planes Aligned, a Githzerai scholar. If you're here for my lecture, it begins in a few moments. Mort sighs loudly. Come on, Chief. Are we really gonna stay for this? Ignore Mort. Keep listening. He speaks in a very low, somber tone. Today I shall speak of the power of alignment and belief, and how they shape the planes. First, I shall explain the concept of alignment. Alignment is a descriptor of one's beliefs, and how one acts upon those beliefs. At their core, all creatures predominantly behave in one of three ways, with good in their heart, with evil in their heart, or indifference, or neutrality in their heart. They predominantly express each of these core behaviors in one of three different ways, in an ordered manner, in a chaotic manner, or in an indifferent, neutral manner. Thus there are 9 core alignments that one is capable of. The 9 alignments then are lawful good, neutral good, chaotic good, lawful neutral, true neutral, and chaotic neutral, and lawful evil, neutral evil, and chaotic evil. Now I shall speak of the power of alignment, and the belief it engenders, of how from them the very deities gain strength, and how belief can physically affect one's environment. A deity must have worshippers, for it is the faith of such subjects which give them power. As converts are made, and more come to believe in a god, more power that god receives. Conversely, when no one believes in a deity, it withers and dies, joining the corpses of other gods that float on the astral plane. It is thus possible to slay a deity, simply forgetting about them. A much more striking example of the power of alignment and belief, however, can be seen within the sliding of gate towns. First, though, I would define gate town. Gate towns are towns on the outlands, the largely neutral area which Sigil spins over the center of. They are called gate towns because they are built around a permanent gate, or portal, to one of the outer planes. Each of these outer planes has its own alignment. The Abyss is chaotic and evil. Beator is lawful and evil. Mechanus is lawful neutral. Mount Celestia is lawful and good. The Outlands, again, are true neutral, leaning to neither law or chaos. Sliding occurs when there is a high concentration of belief in an area of differing belief. When this occurs, the area itself will move, or slide, to a plane that matches them. Now, the gate towns usually have a strong belief that matches the outer plane beyond the portal, but the belief is not yet strong enough for the town to slide from the Outlands plane. For example, the town of Ribcage borders the portal to the lawful evil plane of Beator. As expected, the residents of Ribcage are largely lawful evil residents. The entire town's alignments and beliefs are not strong enough so that ribcage will slide into Beator. For example, ribcage might one day see the sudden rise of a lawful evil order of clerics, promoting their dark beliefs and converting many citizens to the worship of that lawful evil god. Were this to occur, there would be a good chance that the town would slide off the neutral outland, becoming part of the lawful evil plane of Beator. Whole layers of planes may move this way. Thus, many wars are wars of belief and faith by necessity. They are the tools by which territory is obtained and held. This, then, is the power of alignment and belief to shape the planes. This session has ended. May belief guide your actions and shape the planes to your will. Farewell, all of you. No questions? Can we specialize in here? This person is practicing various combat maneuvers on a wooden training dummy. They are too busy. The Briar also busy. Alright, let's return to the... Splinter looks... and Joel me. Wait, who is it? Who are I supposed to find? That just a journal entry? Talk to a woman named Nemel in the clerk's ward. Splinter. His towering man's golden skin sparkles slightly, almost as if it were metallic. Whether it's its actual flesh or merely painted on, you cannot tell. He regards you coolly as you approach, giving a respectful bow as you draw near. Welcome to the Civic Fest Hall, traveler. We are Splinter, doorman to the Fest Hall and Priest King of Ur. How may we help you? Despite his humble offer of aid, his voice is powerful and commanding, a deep and rumbling sound that resonates throughout the chamber. How can you help me? We do many things in this fine hall, traveler. We answer questions guests might have regarding it or its inhabitant. We direct both visitors and members of the Society of Sensation alike to the sensoriums or lecture halls. We also accept new members into the Society. Lastly, it is through us that purchases from the Society's vaults are made. Bells, items, and such. What lectures are there to attend? I had another question. I wanted to ask about you. There is little to say that we have not told you. Text! We are the Splinter, doorman to the Fest Hall, demigod, son of Ishar, the Priest King of Ur. And Priest King of Ur. Planewalkers come to our world and told us of the Society of Sensation. We were fascinated and returned with them. We left Ur in the capable hands of our queen so that we might come to this place and experience servitude and humility for a time. As time does not pass here as it does in Ur, the century we have spent here will be as a mere several months in our own world. After another decade or so, we imagine we shall be ready to return to Ur and rule it once more. I see. I had another question. There's someone I was looking for here. Mistress Jolmy? Oh, I am looking for Jolmy, apparently. Never mind. Where's Jolmy? She's standing right there. The stern-looking older woman seems to be looking for someone. Her eyes fix upon your face as you approach her. You there! Might I have a word with you? Yes? You're Jolmy, correct? I spoke to your messenger.
David, my journal.
I am pleased to meet you then. She gives a slight bow. I will make you a somewhat unusual proposal, though you must admit, you are an unusual man. I will give you 1,000 copper coins for your permission to kill you. Are you open to discussion on the matter? But why? Njolmi doesn't bat an eyelash. But why not? Yeah, I thought it might be an interesting experience, paying someone for the privilege of murdering me. When I first heard rumors of your existence, how could I resist? So, what is your answer? Shall we discuss the matter in greater detail? One moment. Where did you hear these rumors? Njolmi frowns. One hears all sorts of things in the fest hall. How could one not eventually hear of a man like you? Again, I asked, will you consider my proposal? I won't do it. Farewell. Don't kill me. Undersigil, Taylor, Lower Ward. There's something down here. I want to find this Namel. Nonsense! An attack that was, though now thou dost seek to deny it. A fool though thou art. Fool I, foolish only for suffering thy miserable company. That is all then. Draw thy blade. I shall, so that thou might taste of it.
Also known as wank.
Thou dost strike like a sickly child, and thou like a gutless fop. Wait, why do we fight? Yes, let us stop this nonsense. Good. I would hate to see our friendship come to this. Thou art correct indeed. This young actor seems far too involved with giving his performance to pause and speak with you. You notice that near his feet is a felt cap containing a small sum of copper. Occasionally a passerby will drop a coin or three into the cap. Drop a coin into the cap. Your coin lands in the cap with a soft clink. The actor, without stopping his performance, gives you a quick nod of thanks. Steal the coins. Harlot? We name the Linguist's Home, Art and Curio Gallery, Curiosity Shop. Oh, it might be one of these. Someone in here might just know about things like this.
Done.
Not here. Vrishka. This sharp-featured woman's appearance is attractive, though somewhat disturbing. Her blue-black skin and bright yellow eyes, as she examines you, a small pair of bat-like wings unfold from her back, then seem to settle back into her skin. Well, a floating, disembodied, prevaricating skull. She narrows her eyes. You're the scarred man who's been going around asking all the questions. She looks you up and down. You sure look lost. Did you want to come in, really, or are you just casing the place because you have nothing better to do? Because Vrishka, she indicates herself, can help you. How can you help me? I travel and trade extensively. I hear a great deal. I purchase a great deal, and I own a great deal. Perhaps I can make you a great deal. Is there anything that you desire? Perhaps. What are you selling? Would you care to examine the weapons and charms, or some of my more exotic acquisitions? Exotic items. Orichka smiles as you look at the various shelves in the middle of the shop. If you see nothing you like here, then there are more items toward the front and the back of the store as well. Examine the fiend's tongue. You examine what appears to be a tongue floating in a jar of brine. Vrishka frowns at it. This is a fiend's tongue. A Cornugon's, I think. But who really knows? It's said that placed into the mouth of any living thing, it will give the ability of speech, even if there was none before. I'm selling this oddity for only 66 coppers. Should you want? Oh, I'll take it. Yes, Orishka purse. A wise choice. The copper you pour into her hand seems to disappear the moment it touches her palm. She hands you the item. Please, enjoy your newest acquisition. I'd like to look at your exotic items again. Examine the Gorgon Solve. You examine a bottle labeled as Gorgon Solve. Mariska holds it up for you. I traded for this with some sword-slinging prime worlder. Perseus, I think, was his name. Smeared onto the surface of any being turned to stone, it will revert them to flesh. Only 100 copper commons. A bargain, considering how handy it might come, should you ever find a friend of yours transmuted to rock. I'll take it. Examine the metallic cube figurine. You examine a small metal replica of a cube-like creature with huge eyes on one of its faces. The toy has 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 folding wings, and at least 18 points of articulation. Richika smiles as you pick it up. A collector's item, perhaps, or a piece of artwork. Who knows? But I like it. If you do buy it, ask around. Someone might know more about it than I. You can have it for only 1,500 copper coins. Actually, let me see the other things. Examine the monster jug. You examine a plain-looking jug. Despite its common appearance, you feel reluctant to touch the thing, as if it might bite you. Richika watches you, chuckles, then shrugs. It's a jug. It's got some sort of monster trapped in it. That's why your hair is prickling up like that. If you'd like it, it's only 123 coppers. Actually, let me see the other things. Look to the front of the store. Baby oil. You examine a number of small bottles, each labeled as baby oil. Richika picks one up and presents it to you. Interested. It's the right thing. It's a real thing, of course. Thousands of mewling mortal babies went into the making of this stuff. No. Let me see the other stuff. Examine the chocolate quasit. You examine a twisted little imp-like creature, sculpted out of pure milk chocolate. Looks delicious, does it not? Imported from the lower plains. These are rare, you know, and quite prized by lovers of chocolate and confections. It's a real quasit, a fiendish familiar, polymorphed into chocolate by powerful sorcery. It's only 199 coppers. Actually, let me see the other things again. Examine the Codex of the Inconceivable. You examine a rather unassuming book, held closed by a tiny brass lock. That, Kuz of Richika, is the Codex of the Inconceivable. I'll only say that it's well, I cannot explain it. Mere words simply don't suffice. You can own it yourself for a mere 1,000 copper commons, and believe me, it is well worth it. Actually, let me see the others. Examine the Dava's Tears. You examine a small glass vial labeled as Dava's Tears. Those were collected from a Deva who was captured during the Blood War skirmish. The fiends tormented the imprisoned angel for eons before he at last escaped. This small bottle holds the 12 tears he shed in that time. Their price is but 100 copper commons. That's pretty cheap. I'll take them. Need to look at more. Back of the store. You look at the various shelves towards the back of Richika's shop. Examine the stained lens. You examine a stained ground glass lens, the width of your hand, held in a brushed steel ring. A small geared protrusion coming off the ring makes it look as if the lens should attach to some sort of clockwork machine, and it smells faintly of horrible perfume. Chica holds it up for you. I have no idea what this really is, but it radiates fairly powerful magic. An old soldier named Gisis brought it up to me from a lower plane battlefield. He'd murdered his own men in order to escape his tour of duty there, and brought me a number of interesting items he'd collected over the course of the campaign. I've kept it mostly as a conversation piece, so you may have it for 149 copper coins if you like. I'll take it. To the back of the store again. Examine Jevra's ring. Examine a ring in a small padded case. Richika holds it up so you can see it more closely. This is Jevra's ring of almost invisibility. It makes its wearer invisible. Well, almost. I will part with it for the meager sum of 349 copper commons. Nah. Examine the rune-covered ale stein. You examine a large pewter ale stein, covered in strange runes. Ichika holds it up for you to see more closely. An ale mug of unusual manufacture, which keeps its contents, usually beer, of course, icy cold, whatever the surrounding temperature. 299 copper commons. Enjoy the frostiest ale you've ever had outside the paraplane of ice. I'll take it. Look at the exotic items again. Back of the store. Examine the tattered rag doll. The years have not been kind to this tiny rag doll. It is coming apart at the seams, and it looks like its threads are unraveling. It's obviously intended to be a replica of the Lady of Pain, but the button eyes and its plush softness don't strike much fear into your heart. Richika holds it up for you. This was found in a well-trapped strongbox, sunk deep beneath the surface of Sigil. Part of a small hoard of treasure, and forbidden magical texts, though I don't know what it's for. Like it, it's only 99 copper coin. I'll take it. Farewell. Got so much garbage. I wonder, do we have... No, I don't have any identify spells. I do still have infinite recalls. But I don't know. This is a small glass vial, labeled as Deva's Tears. They were collected from a Deva who was captured during a blood war skirmish. The fiends tormented the imprisoned angel for eons before he at last escaped. This small bottle holds the 12 tears he shed in that time. Deva's tears are said to soothe the most savage anger, even that of a fiend's tongue. This is a fiend's silvery tongue, floating in a jar of brine. It is said that once placed into the mouth of any living thing, it will give the ability of speech, even if there was none before.
I'm gone.
Interesting. Art and Curio Galleria.
All right.
I think that might be where she might be. Some expert who might know what it is. Clerk's Ward Citizen. No one's working here. Ivana. Ori is a well-dressed elderly woman, in a gown of peach-colored and golden threads. She stands quietly, her hands folded together primly, and nods in your direction. It is then that you notice that she has no pupils. Her eyes are entirely white. Greetings, sir. I am Ivana. Welcome to my Galleria. Feel free to look about, spending as much time here as you like. If you have questions regarding any of the pieces, do not hesitate to ask me of them. I had some questions. One moment, sir. Your voice. It is heavy with age and wounds. Would you be so kind as to permit me to touch your face? Yes, go ahead. Ivana smiles, gently running her old hands over the skin of your face. She frowns, looking slightly puzzled. So many scars, both old and new. They seem to... She touches the side of your throat, blushes, then pulls away. Pardon me, sir. I was curious to see how far they went. It's fine. They're everywhere. My whole body is scarred. Ivana nods. I had some questions. You look familiar to me. Do you know someone named Ives? That is my daughter. For a moment there is a hint of sadness in the milky whiteness of her eyes. We no longer speak to one another. Why is that? There is nothing to be said between us. She has gone off in pursuit of stories, all for reasons I am unaware of. She told me a tale that might answer that question. Ivana raises her eyebrows. Oh? Tell me, would you please? I'd most appreciate it, sir. Tell her Tale Chaser's story, and of her endless quest for the tale that holds the truth she seeks. Ivana nods slowly. I had no idea. I will see her now. I thank you, good sir, for bringing me this news of my only daughter. As she speaks, color slowly bleeds into her pale irises until her eyes are a brilliant shade of green. Your eyes? See now, Ivana? She nods, smiling. But why? I had another question. What do you know of Ravel Puzzlewell? She is a night hag, one of the eldest Grey Sisters of the Wastes, who came to Sigil many centuries ago to pursue arcane experiments. It was believed that these experiments were against the lady's will, and that Ravel was thus banished from Sigil, imprisoned within one of the lady's mazes on the Ethereal, where her body rests to this very day. Ravel was said to have been a master of riddles and puzzles, but it was believed that one riddle, one question in particular, was said to have plagued the ancient night hag. What can change the nature of a man? Go on. She issued a challenge to any who were interested. She promised to instruct any who came to her in her craft, if they could only answer the question to her satisfaction. If they could not, they consented to be her next meal. Many died coveting Ravel's teachings, and it is believed that until her final hours in Sigil, Ravel never discovered the answer to her question. Ravel's crime was believed to be some means of trying to shatter the cage, trying to crack open Sigil itself for some unknown reason. Ivana sighs. This is all I know of her. That's all I wish to know. Thanks. This painting shows what looks to be an infinitely long stream of bilious green gas, stretching off into darkness. The horizon of a blasted rocky plain can be seen in the lower right-hand corner of the painting. One is given the impression that the head of the green cloud is raring to strike down upon it. A placard reads, "Asses off at the consumption of Nagar." The painting, an abstract work of greens and purples, writhes and ripples as it's watched. Closer examination reveals that the actual painted image is changing, rather than the canvas itself. A placard states, "Moment's glance from the walls of Mokhma." Touch the painting. You place your hand upon the painting. As you had suspected, it is not that the canvas is physically moving, but that the painted image itself is changing. A set of 4 paintings which portray an empty beach in the dead of night. The air around the painting smells faintly of brine. Painted seems to ebb and flow across the darkened shore. A placard reads, Karasuthran shoreline. Sniff at the painting. The surface of the painting smells strongly of sea air. Touch the painting. You place your hand on the painting, not knowing quite what to expect, but it is merely the texture of painted canvas that you feel beneath your fingertips. Several shards of black crystal, or ice, swirl within the freezing wind that this ornate pedestal gives forth. Each shard looks razor sharp. Touching or grabbing one could be perilous. A placard on the pedestal reads, "Dark birds of Ocanthus." Catch one in your frost ale mug. You dip the mug into the icy wind rising from the pedestal, catching a small shard with a slight clang. Peering into the mug, you can see that the dark bird is a razor-sharp sliver of black ice. Only the mug's magical properties prevent the shard from melting away to nothing. Currently it's holding a dark bird of Ocanthus, a shard of black ice from an exhibit in Ivana's Galleria in the Dark Cleric's Ward. This painting depicts a shore scene. with a wide reddish-orange sun setting behind a peninsula or large jetty. The scene, though unoriginal, is breathtaking. The play of the fading daylight across the water is captured perfectly, but staring at the painted sun for any length of time makes your eyes ache. A placard reads, Surface of Talacia. Touch the painting. Is this what you do in a galleria? You just go around and touch all the paintings? Oddly enough, there's nothing unusual about the surface of the painting. This painting shows an enormous granite keep. Hideous thing, long and low, covered in leering gargoyles, suspended in what looks to be the night sky. A cloud of crimson and violet vapor whirls in the background along the right side of the painting. A placard reads simply, The Library. The hundreds of chips of translucent green glass which make up the stained glass window don't appear to be held together by anything, but rather remain free-floating and mysteriously suspended within the iron frame's boundaries. The shards ripple and move in slow waves, causing bizarre patterns to fluctuate across the window's surface, as various portions of it refract the galleria's light in different directions. A small placard beside the window reads, Arcadian stained glass window. The glass. You reach out to touch the undulating glass shards, but find you cannot do so. Your hand stops just short of the surface of the glass. Why would I punch the glass? I'm gonna punch the glass. You succeed only in bruising your knuckles. The glass may as well be sheet iron. This painting is a dark cityscape. Faraway view of some giant center of civilization being burned to the ground. The streets of the place are empty, however, absent of soldiers, refugees, and even corpses. A placard reads, The Folly of Udo. This looks to be a subterranean landscape, massive cavern interior filled with colorful, faintly luminescent, gigantic fungi. A placard reads, Veil beneath Clankadin. Beneath Clankadin? Clankadin's a god. This is a portrait of a grotesque, hook-nosed old crone. The hag's flesh is a sickly blue-gray color. Her eyes glow red like the embers of a dying fire. Her chin long and sharp, just forward in an extreme underbite. Two yellowed canines protrude upwards from her lower jaw, like small tusks. The smile upon her withered, purplish lips speaks of a horrible secret. A placard reads, Grey Hag of Oinus. As you begin to turn away from the painting, something in it draws your attention. A strange, tingling sensation arises in the back of your mind, memory beginning to surface. Try and recall the memory. Recall standing, confused, in a maze of briars. The hideous crone from the painting is before you, cackling wildly. You grit your teeth in frustration, wondering why she's laughing at you. My poor dear lovely man-thing, she croons. Why, that was your first wish. She points a single bony-clawed finger at your forehead. Your temples begin to throb painfully, and you can remember nothing more. The statue looks like it's about to make some angry proclamation. The sculptor has captured the essence of fury magnificently. The chiseled tension lines around the neck and forehead alone must have taken many long months to get correct. Fine cracks run over the entire statue. There is a plaque attached to its base. Read the plaque. The plaque reads, This statue is believed to be the final fate of the Ethersarian sorcerer, Gangroigaidon, attacked by a conclave of rival sorcerers at the height of his dream madness. He was imprisoned with a spell that turned his flesh into stone. Gangroigaidon is said to have been frozen with a final awful curse still upon his lips. A curse so terrible that it was never meant to be spoken by the lips of a living man. By the Gorgon style to the statue. I want to do that, but I feel like it's a bit premature. This awful curse thing? I'm just thinking if you can capture that somehow. Examine the statue. The statue looks like it's about to make some angry proclamation. The sculptor has captured the essence of fury magnificently. The chiseled tension lines around the neck and forehead alone must have taken many long months to get correct. Fine cracks run over the entire statue. There is a plaque attached to it. Examine the cracks. Carefully examine the cracks that run like a network of fine black veins across the statue's surface. At one point, near its inner arm, in a section where its entire splinter of stone looks is a section where an entire splinter of stone looks ready to come off. Break the piece off. No. Leave the statue. The surface of this painting, a wild collage of vivid colors, ripples constantly, as if it were the surface of a pond during a light rain. A placard reads, Wave Motion Study 7. Touch the painting. Place your palm against the canvas. You cannot feel the ripples themselves, though a cool, tingling sensation passes through your hand at first contact. A brilliant ruby statuette stands on this pedestal, carved into the image of a winged humanoid. The figure is either demonic or angelic in nature, but it's difficult to tell which, because it refracts the light in the Galleria strangely. There is no placard indicating what exactly the statuette is. A massive horn of beaten lead, wound with brazen chains. The horn is horribly mangled, as if some tremendous force had crushed it. Jagged blades protrude along its length, almost as if it were meant to be used as a club by some gigantic creature, as well as battle horn. A placard mounted beneath the horn reads, Cleansing Horn of Acheron. Put your head against the wall, try and blow the horn. Try as you might, you can get no sound to issue from the massive horn. Your lips come away with the mouthpiece tasting of blood, smoke, and metal. A painting of tall black cliffs against a blood-red sky. There looks to be figures standing among the cracks of the cliffs. But, whenever you squint at the painting to try and make them out, the image fades into nothing. A placard reads, Outland Raiders. An animated bloody iron chain, coiling and uncoiling upon itself. The chain itself seems to bend and weave like the spine of a snake. A small placard reads, A kitten's animate chain from jangling hitter. Touch the chain. The chain is slightly warm to the touch, as if it were alive. You notice that various barbs, tiny hooks, needles, and other sharp bits, small sharp bits, are welded along the chain's length. Yes, I do have questions. The ruby statuette. That piece was found in a cathedral in the fertile fields of Elysium on the first layer. Amoria, the Untroubled, where it bordered the river Oceanus. The name of the piece is not known, but the skill and craftsmanship are believed to be one of the most striking examples of gem crafting in the plains. The mere way in which the piece captures, distills, and enhances the light through its facets is part of its breathtaking wonder. It seems to bring to light the possible ideological connection between even the most evil and the purest beings in the multiverse. Fascinating. Kitten's Animate Chain. The chain comes from the city of Jangling Hitter, the city of chains that hangs on Minourus, third layer of Beator. The chains there are the finest in the multiverse, but the inhabitants of Jangling Hitter are malicious and cruel, using the chains as living weapons against all that enter their city and violate their laws. Kittens move about the city of chains as spiders upon webs, adorned in chains woven tightly around their bodies. Kittens possess a power known as the Gift of Chains, which allow them to manipulate chains with their minds. It is believed that Megalaria's chain was animated during a battle, in which the kitten controlling it was slain with a cursed hammer. Its life essence then passed into the chain itself. The Arcadian stained glass window. The stained glass window found hovering on the third layer of Arcadia 32 years ago, foretelling a scene that had yet to occur. When the event came to pass, the images faded to leave what you saw behind. It is believed to have captured both the light and darkness, the orb of night and day on Arcadia, then slowly release it, creating a brief but slow fade of dawning and dusk, but only within the glass itself. Orb of night and day, Arcadia. Arcadia is a plane of peaceful order, also known as the land of perfect good. The orb of night and day is a sphere set in top of Arcadia's highest peak. Each half emits either light or darkness. The turning of the orb gives Arcadia its day and night. I don't want to ask about it.
All right.
The apothecary. What I was thinking was that either we can capture his curse, or Mort will just learn his curse. Pestle Kiln. He's incredibly black. You see a wall-eyed fellow whose skin seems to writhe and ripple across his entire body. He is smacking his chapped lips with a blotched tongue. As you watch, his right eye moves independently of the left, focusing on you. A second later, the left one flicks to look your way, then reverts to its original position. The right eye blinks. A strange gurgling comes from his throat. Greetings. The man gives a lopsided grin and points at himself with his right thumb. Pestle, I'm called the alchemist. He points at himself again, this time with his left index finger. The name's Kiln. I need something? Are you alright? I am. His throat convulses for a moment, then relaxes. A large green glowing pustule suddenly bursts from the side of his neck. Something you needed then, sir? His throat clenches again. A wave of quivering flesh swallows the blistering green pustule back beneath the skin of his throat. He coughs violently for a moment, then seems to relax. You? May I ask what happened to you? The left eye rolls upward in exasperation. The right eye looks askance. Too much to drink. Too much of what, though? Potions, I drank. Too many potions. His mouth slides down beneath his chin. His left nostril forms another one. The most I ever drank, that's for certain. Of polymorphin. They were brewed in limbo. Anything I could do to help? The man's eyes turn inward to look at each other, then back at you. Dunno. He shudders. The mouth below his chin moves up the envelope. The mouth below his chin moves up to envelope the one on his nostril, the one his nostril formed. This sort of thing happens quite often. We can't seem to help but sample the stock. If you find a way to help, the two of us would be grateful, sir. I had another question. Half of his mouth curls downward into a frown. He shakes his head. Work in the stockroom all day, I do. Gah! He shudders violently. Suddenly a third eye pops open over the bridge of his nose. The left one shifts sideways as the new eye takes its place. I speak only of the store, sir. That said, the skin of his face seems to eat the new eye, and the left one returns to its old location. I want to ask you about the store. I wanted to purchase something. Price blind charm. Cockroach charm. Well, if you won't talk to me, then
I'm gone.
not much to do about that. There is still a large area down this way. I'd stay out of there, citizen. It's dangerous down below. To the advocate's home. Nemel, there. This tall, slender woman, sipping wine from a small ceramic cup, appears to be looking for someone. Her facial features are elegantly exotic, and the woman's ears, though partially covered by her long hair, can be seen to come to sharp points. Greetings! The woman turns to face you, violet eyes flashing like flawless chips of amethyst. Her speech is as music. You can hear a faint, musical tinkling, 100 tiny crystal bells as she speaks. Each word lingers in your ears, as if they were unwilling to relinquish the exquisite sound. Emel turned to face the scarred, dour stranger. She asked what he wished of her. Wow! Pah! Anna sneers at Mort. Stop your drolling, ya leering skull. My, what a hot-blooded little chit. Starved for attention? I could drool over you too, if you're just jealous. Mort starts floating towards Anna, making wet, slavering noises. Get a hair's breadth closer, skull, and I'll see to it that not one of your chattering teeth lies within 100 paces of another. Mort stops abruptly, turning away while muttering unintelligibly. You're Nemel. I was told you know the command word for this decanter. The woman makes no move to touch or examine the decanter, but only speaks. Nemel took it from the stranger, turning it in her hands. Had she seen its like before, she thought? Perhaps, yes, she remembered now. She returned the decanter. Whispering into his right ear, she did so.
Updated my journal.
Realize you know the word now. Nil denusage. Nil denusage. Although you're certain the woman never whispered to you, but merely said she did. She blinks at you. Would the stranger leave her now, satisfied with what she told him? Not just yet. Are you looking for someone? Where could she be, Nemel wondered. Her companion, Aelwyn, was supposed to have met her here days ago. The woman sighs miserably. The air around her grows chill with her sadness. How long must she search this vast foreign city before she finds her dearest friend? I could help. I could find her for you. For a price, of course. Nemel speaks slowly, her eyes downcast. She knew, as the stranger soon would, that she had nothing to give. Whatever the man's price, she could not meet it. Forget it then. Farewell. Come on, Chief. I'm sure we can think of something. Forget it, Mort. Let's go. Drunken Mage.
All right.
Ives smiles pleasantly at you. Greetings again. Have you come to trade tales? I have. No, I don't. Let me ask you a question. Have you spoken to your mother lately, Ives? Ives nods, smiling. I have, thank you. My pleasure. I had another question. Echo curtsies as you approach, her carefully painted lips forming the slightest of smiles. I had some questions. May I ask why you can't communicate? He sighs softly and nods. Did you know the word that will undo the multiverse if it's spoken? Her eyes widen in surprise, and she gives you a beaming smile, rolling her eyes and shaking her head. May I ask if it was something else then? Did your voice cause someone's death or some other tragedy? She pauses at this, opens her mouth, then frowns. After a moment, she shakes her head. May I ask if it was something else then? She sighs softly and nods. Actually, let me ask about something else. God damn it. Let me put the demon tongue into your mouth. Regardless. No, not yet. Yes, this lady. Juliet looks to you hopefully. Well, anything yet? Yes, in fact, he was heartbroken and has decided to leave you to me.
Updated my journal.
Is he not going to fight for me then? No, he won't. Juliet looks shocked and, a second later, Seconds later, begins to whimper and cry pitifully. And leave quietly. And... No, but I had some questions. What can you tell me about the silent prostitute? You mean Echo? She's a dear, quiet. Vivian frowns. That may be part of the charm. There is all manner of speculation as why she is silent, but I think 'twas that her heart was most horribly broken. Dolora might know best. She has been known to speak to a man Echo once loved, or she lost her voice. Ah, we need to solve Dolora's problem! He suggested water from the river Styx for the task. Tricky.
All right.
Let's go quench the burning man. That one? I believe. That's the wrong one.
I'm gone.
However, when we're here, we can sell. Earring. Crimson Sphere earring. That. Cranium rat tail.
All right.
Those two are the only real merchants, I think. The southeast one. Water from the river Styx. Whatever that means. Enemy sighted. Oh shit!
Gone.
It's been a while.
All right.
I wonder if someone else has mentioned the river Styx. Tell me of keys and portals. I don't know. I think we've talked about this already. Nah, sure, fine, let's read it. Tell me of keys and portals. Sigils call the City of Doors for a reason, lad. There's portals everywhere. Portals are, well, like doors that lead across the multiverse. That they don't look like doors. Instead, they can be any bounded space. Window, door, pothole, picture frame, barrel hoop, the spaces inside scaffolding, a wardrobe. Each could be a portal, waiting for just the right key to open it and take you someplace in the multiverse. Now keys. Aye, each portal has a key you need to open it. Well, now, while portals can be any bounded space, keys have more variety. It can be anything from a little tune you hum when next to the portal, to dancing a jig, to being in the right mood, having a piece of the place you want to go to in your hand. And on and on. In my youth, I once convinced a girl that kissing a man beside it could open a portal to Arcadia. Turned out I was right, and many trips to Arcadia did we have. Many portals probably have never been found. There's some you can uncover just by asking people and getting the right key. Finding out the dark of a portal is the toughest part, but I warn you, lad. Portal hopping shouldn't be a pastime for a fella in your way. Nor should you be wandering Sigil after dark, neither. You do best to stick to the main ways in open peak and watch yourself. Examine the smoldering corpse. I wonder if this decanter of endless water will do something. You tilt the decanter over the grill and begin to pour. A small stream of ice blue water pours from the decanter and touches the flames of the grill with a violent hissing and the rush of steam. As if in response to this challenge, the decanter seems to lunge forward, falling onto the grill and shattering. I got work call. By the hells! Hissing billows of steam and a furious crackling noise rushes from the grill, spilling over you and forcing you to cover your ears and turn away. There is a scream, a cackling, a terrible sound like 100 buildings burning. People screaming, their screams being cut short by the roar of flame and melting flesh. Cover your ears, block out the sound. No stream for me tonight, lots of work stuff. Oh well. I mean, at least you get to be here. Oh boy. Worky cubes. Worky. As you put your ears over your ears. As you put your hands over your ears to block out all the sound, you feel a sickness on your hand. Feel a stickiness on your hands, like hot cheese or candle wax. Your ears are bleeding from the sound. You draw your hands back and see them covered with chunks of melted flesh, filled with bloody swirls. Try and get out of the bar. You're about to run from the bar, anything to get away from the sound, when suddenly all falls silent, except for a jagged crackling coming from the grill. You turn. On the grill lies the decanter of endless water, now nothing but shards and steam. Above it is the creature, flames still trailing from its body, floating over the bar's floor. It is staring at you, its eyes flickering like two torches. I know you. The creature's face splits, charred flesh peeling away from its jaws so it might speak. Yes. Its voice crackles, burns, roars through the creature's chest, and with every word, flakes of cinder and ash spit from its mouth and drift into the air. You can barely stand to look at the thing. The blazing radiance surrounding it is terrible to behold. Ignis.
Long have I slept, dreams of flames. I am yours, till death comes for us both.
The creature floats toward you, the air bending from the thermal surrounding it. As if in response, flames curl within Ignis's throat. A tongue of flame streams from behind his blackened teeth. We shall see. Alright. Ignis's Fireball. This is Ignis's main attack. It's a series of fireballs it fires at an opponent. Alright. He's a mage. He only has fire spells. Surprisingly. Fiery Rain. One target per meteor. Streams of fiery rain streak down upon the target. Blah, blah, blah. When cast, all fiery effects are absorbed and altered into healing energies. Ignis's Terror. Terror exists in many forms throughout the multiverse. This incantation calls upon one of the most basic universal forms of terror, the fire of destruction, to destroy courage and strike fear into all adversaries. This spell causes all non-undead creatures within a 30-foot radius of the target point to flee in terror from the area. If they fail their saving throw at a -1 penalty. Infernal Orb. Can be hurled at the target using caster's normal attack roll. It's a +3 attack bonus. The orb does 1 to 6 points of damage and inflicts a -1 penalty to the enemy's strength and dexterity for 10 seconds. What? That's garbage. That's worse than his normal attack. Tongues of Flame. This is magic missile but fire. Seeking Flames. As the maintainer of life, fire is a true blessing. Yet as it warms, it also burns. While it is a blessing, it is also a curse. Its scorching flames distract and weaken all enemies who succumb to its effects. Grants all enemy targets in a 50-foot radius -1 to attacks and -1 to their saving throw. Okay, this is a shitty fireball. Oh well.
I'm gone.
His wife, or whatever, his girlfriend is still there. But he's not there. The river Styx. Who knows about the river Styx?
I'm gone.
Don't worry about me, I just have a flying burning guy behind me.
Ignis burn people.
Ignis burn people? No, don't do that, Ignis. I'm just thinking. Maybe this guy knows.
All right. I'm gone.
Hello. Where is he? He's not here anyway. Are you taking a nap? In your room? Yes, he is. You again! What do you want from old Lothar now? I would like to ask you some questions. Why have I lost my memories? Wish to avail myself of your healing prowess. Hmm. This is his lore. 33. Mine is 32. Maybe he can identify something. Nope. Alright, fine. Let's just use one of these. I want to know what those things are. Can talk to it. Stained glass. Beer goggles. Cursed. Intoxicates wearer. Immunity to panic. -1 to damage, +1 to base hit points. Taco -1 to missile weapons. Only usable by Modrons. Apparently some Modron once foolishly asked a wizard what it was like to be intoxicated, and these goggles were fashioned. When this lens is equipped, the wearer becomes braver, stronger, but can't see targets too well, reducing chances to hit and damage an enemy. Okay, so I have a Lady of Pain ragdoll. Talk to item. The years haven't been kind to this tiny ragdoll. It is coming apart at the seams, and it looks like its threads are unraveling. It's obviously intended to be a replica of the Lady of Pain, but the button eyes and its plush softness don't strike much fear into your heart. O Great Lady of Pain, Goddess of Sigil, hear my plea for aid and help me in my hour of need. Oh, you're just a cute little Lady of Pain, aren't you? Aren't you? Yes, you are. The doll does not respond to your coaxing, merely stares at you with its button eye. I don't feel like summoning the Lady of Pain for no reason.
I'm gone.
Aye?
I must admit.
Done.
Oh, maybe we can talk to Ignis there.
All right.
Flames curl around Ignis's throat, and a tongue of flame streams from behind his blackened teeth. Ignis, what happened to make you this way? This way? A small pocket of flesh on Ignis's cheek pops, and runs in a steaming tickle down his jaw. This way Ignis always was. But you look human, or at least you looked like you were human once. Ignis twists, hunching his head forward as his body spins slowly above the ground. The effect is much like a fiery whirlwind, thermal streaming off his body and distorting the air around him. Still Ignis, always Ignis. Never mind then, I had some other quests. As you open your mouth to speak, Ignis suddenly whirls on you. You're forced to choke back your words as the heat from his frame floods over you. Ignis might you be, sparks in bodies, always seeking to rise. Sparks in bodies? What do you mean? All things burn inside. Ignis's head cranes back and throws his arms wide. Spirals of flame and heat traveling up his arms. Only need to be kindled with flames to become Ignis. So might you have been Ignis. So you're saying everyone has the potential to become like you with the right spark? Yes. Ignis grins, cocking his head to one side, ashes falling from his skull and being swept up in the flaming wreath that surrounds him. I have some other questions. Hiss! Your heart jumps as Ignis soars several feet into the air, and his jaw tears open, fiery trails spilling forth like a nest of snakes. No more talking questions! Silence! Never mind then. He is chaotic neutral, surprisingly.
Done.
I thought he was gonna be evil. Hmm. I met a man who was actually two different people melded into one. I told them, that if I found a way to split them, I'd return. Hmm.
Done.
This game feels, at this point at least, it feels a lot like a point and click game. I just have a bunch of shit I'm trying to figure out how to solve these issues. Just keep finding random items as well that you can use in different ways. Can we get to the
All right.
face here? No face? I want to talk with the alley!
Done.
The dilapidated structure seems on the verge of collapse. The planks the Dabus had hammered into place have been removed, loosening the hovel to its previous deteriorated state. Yes, yes, yes. This area is new, though. Is there nothing here, really? Oh, what's this? This house is new.
Done.
Or it only moved the house, maybe. No, this is a new house. But there was nothing there either. Hmm. This was the old house where we were. Oh, you can still get here. Go in. There.
I'm gone.
Here either.
I'm gone.
Well, I guess it makes no sense to that she would know anything either. The only reason I went here was because she split. That's what we helped her do. We helped her split. And I was like, okay, maybe she knows how to split this guy. But, the alley doesn't seem to want to talk.
I'm gone.
Oh well.
Done. All right.
Maybe someone in here knows? Laszlo. You see a young boy with pale yellow skin. His clothes are dirty and in need of mending. Currently, he is tending a furnace. Greetings! He turns and gives a half smile as he sets down his work. Hail! Do you need some help? Yes, I have some questions. Aye, aye, I'd be willing to help you if I could. The boy looks grateful not to be toiling over the furnace. What is it I can answer for you? Why does everyone seem to have yellow skin around here? It's the sickness it is, caused by the bad air. But with the smoke and all, the factory smogs, it can get pretty hard to breathe easily around here. He shrugs. Some days it's not good to be out when the smog lingers too long. They can scald your eyes right out of the skull, so it said. Can't something be done about it? I don't know. At times winds come from the spire and blow the city clear of smog, but that's not as often as would be liked. He blinks, glances around, then shrugs. Ladies will, I guess. Don't make much sense, but then little does if you look at it long enough. Cinder. I have some questions. Need to buy some magic items. Put in spells. Let me see your wares again. He can't equip any armor either. Makes sense.
All right.
The pawn shop. Maybe someone has pawned a bottle of River Styx water.
Done.
Our customer! Let's talk about trades. Oh, they only have the shards of fate. Which I don't really want. Just a pair of gloves that does, what, 10 to 100 damage if you punch something. And then it breaks. Not too interesting in my opinion. I wonder what this is. Is this the harmonium? Godsman. A Nazi. You see a sickly Githzerai woman. She is hunched and bent, and her constant coughing is obviously a source of pain to her. She holds a handkerchief that is practically soaking with blood, tissue and phlegm to her face. She spies you and hisses. Oh, greetings. She stares at you and speaks a few mumbled words to Dakan. Dakan glances at you and says, "You cannot understand your speech." She says she is dying. Then maybe you better just kill her. Make it painful, though. What is she dying of? Her name is Anazi. She says she used to work in a meat curing house here until half a month ago. The illness became too much for her to bear. She was abandoned, evicted from her home, and left for dead. Speech pains her, and her illness has crippled much of her mind. She says there is nothing she can give you of value. And, Know that she will not recover. I can put her out of her misery, that is all. As a Zerth of the people, it is my responsibility to provide an alternative. Do it then, but make it painful. Do not do it. Then be merciful, Dakan. Dakan draws his blade and waits for the woman to prepare herself. She touches the unbroken circle of Serthimon he wears for a moment, and her face is stoic. His blade is a blur, and when he has completed the stroke, she lies bleeding on the hard stone of Sigil's street. Well struck, Dakan. Let's go.
Updated my journal.
Okay. Open dialogue window. No, I just want a log that shows stuff. The Baldur's Gate log is 100 times better. You see a burly, bored-looking guard. State your business, please. What is this place? You are in the front of the Great Foundry, home to the believers of the Source. The who? Yes, sir. Godsmen were called. Why? We are one of the 15 recognized factions of Sigil, sir. We believe that every being has within it the spark of divinity, neither good nor evil necessarily, but potential to be divine. Beyond divinity, we believe there lies something greater. We believe all life has a purpose and a goal, and we are devoted to understanding what these goals are. We strive toward greatness with every step in our lives. Good for you. Are you going to let me in? State the nature of your requirement, sir. I'm here to pick up an order. Yes, sir. May I see your receipt? No. Then I'm afraid you'll have to leave, sir. Leave. Tailor to Undersigil Civic Fest Hall. The Advocate. Who the fuck is the Advocate? Let's go talk to the Advocate. YOLO. Drunken Mage. Hello, Drunken Mage. This older man is staring into his stein of ale, misery etched into his features. The battered pewter mug is an unusual one, lightly engraved with strange runes and bearded faces, and covered with a coat of thin frost. He looks up as you approach him. Greetings, sir. He seems slightly tipsy. Something wrong? He sighs, belches into his hand, and nods as he takes another pull of ale. Aye, something's wrong, all right. I've gone and lost my apprenticeship. Well hungover, I was and botched my mentor's last experiment. All for this damned drink. He sneers at the mug in his hand, but in seconds his expression softens and he takes another swig. Ruins everything it does, this damnable drinking. Don't you stop drinking then?
My journal.
He shrugs and sighs miserably. I simply cannot. I want to, but I cannot. I just need to drink. I try and stay away, but desire eventually overcomes me, and I cannot resist. Such a wreck I've become. He throws back the last of his ale and calls for more. I see. What's that mug you've got there? This? He looks down at the pewter mug. I won this in a dice game. It's enchanted to keep whatever's in it freezing cold. In my case, cheap ale. He frowns, rubs at his eyes, and takes another swig of his drink. Something wrong? Too weak to stop is your own fault. Farewell. Couldn't say anything more to him. Abel Ponder thought. This older man looks somewhat bookish. His clothing and accessories are extremely clean, neat and well cared for, and he often pauses to brush some fleck of dust or lint off of them. A symbol resembling a stylized dagger piercing upward through a flame is embroidered upon his tunic. Greetings! The man's eyes pass over you, gleaming as they fix on Mort. Oh, I say, would you look at that? A floating skull? Mort turns and looks behind him. Where? Where? The man gasps. By the unjust laws of Turney the Merciless. Who? He suddenly covers his mouth and looks at Anna apologetically. Sorry, sorry. The man was a horrible tyrant, now long dead. His name should never be spoken so. 'Tis rather vulgar. My deepest apologies, my lady. I did not mean to offend. Anna shrugs, rolling her eyes. Talk as you like, Cutter. I care not a whit for what you say. Unless you're rattling your bone box about me, that is. Try and get his attention. He turns back to Mort. But behold, a skull, buoyant, levitating off the ground, cognitive of its environment, and possessing hearing, speaking, and seeing capabilities. He turns to you, as if you're suddenly a confidant. This is truly one of the reasons that the plains shall never become dull to me. Just when you think you have seen everything, the plains show you yet another corner to peer around, and he raises his hands gloriously. Suddenly whole new wondrous vistas are open to you. I'm not sure if Mort qualifies as a wondrous vista. The man ignores you, looking to Mort instead. I say, skull, he begins. Mort gasps. Look behind you, another floating skull. Let Mort have his fun. The man seems to have forgotten you entirely, instead turning in shock to look for this other floating skull. No, where? Where? Right there, I'm pointing. Right where I'm pointing, there. Where? I cannot see it. Mort speaks with mock exasperation. You just missed it. A whole parade of them. Probably never happen again in a million revolutions of the Great Ring. He turns and harumphs. I sense you also possess a peculiar degree of mockery. Mort bobs slightly, as if shrugging. I prefer to refer to it as keen insights into human nature. Get the man's attention again. He suddenly seems to see you for the first time. The man's eyes widen. By the unjust laws of Turney, that catches himself looking apologetic. I say, are you all right? You look... He fumbles for the words. Hurt. I'm all right. It hurts to look at him, it doesn't? It hurts to look at him, it does. An odd comment from someone with what looks to be a giant rat's tail sprouting from her bottom. Very amusing, Anna. I had some questions, sir. The man nods, eagerly. Of course, of course. I'm always most happy to answer what questions I can, youngster. You know of Ravel Pustlewell? Ravel? If she truly existed, and there is little to prove that she did, was a night hag, one of the inhabitants of the Grey Wastes, one of the lower plains, and believed by some to be the worst of the lower plains. He continues. As the legend goes, Ravel was mazed several centuries ago. She was believed of being a mistress of some strange magics, and apparently her presence in Sigil constituted a threat to the lady. I'm afraid that I know little about her. Mazed? The mazes. These are creations by the lady. She takes a small piece of sigil, copies it, and uses a portal to place the copied bit into the deep ethereal. Once there, the piece of sigil then becomes a demiplane, an endless maze that curls and twists about itself. He continues. The lady uses these mazes to imprison anyone who threatens her power. Once she has determined that you are to be imprisoned, there is no escaping them. There is believed to be a way out for each maze, but it is most likely extremely difficult. Who are you? Why, my name is Abel Ponderthought. What is that symbol embroidered on your tunic mean? Why, it is the symbol of the Fraternity of Order. We are responsible for much of the lawmaking and running the courts here in Sigil. Many judges, advocates, and clerks are members of our order, and we are pleased to be able to help enforce Sigil's laws and keep our things orderly. We make a strident effort to learn all laws, whether they pertain to Sigil, the planes, or the multiverse itself. Okay. I had some other questions. Nothing. It's just that I want to finish the whorehouse. And if I can't figure out where to get this thing that I need, then I'm not sure I can finish the whorehouse. At least not the way I want to finish it. This man is dressed in soft blue robes, covered with intricate designs. Despite their opulence, however, the robes look wrinkled and worn. You place the man's age somewhere between middle age and early 60s. The worry lines make an exact determination difficult. As you enter, the man turns slowly towards you. As he does, you are suddenly struck with the terrible sense that you know this man, or that you did at one time. Greetings. The man squints as if trying to place you. Yes, is there something I can help you with? Who are you?
Updated my journal.
I am Yanis. He studies you and frowns. Are you looking for me? I don't know. What is this place? I'm an advocate. These are my offices. Yanis's voice takes on an irritated edge. Do you seek counsel? If not, perhaps you had best test your curiosity elsewhere. An advocate? What's that?
Updated my journal.
Mort breaks in with a whisper. He's saying he's a lawyer, a counselor, one of those Burks who rattle their bone boxes at the courts. Yanis frowns deepens. An advocate provides counsel, helps others navigate the labyrinths of the Sigil's legal system, arranges legacies for citizens to ensure that their property is divided. As they choose upon death, defends those in Sigil's courts who have been wrongly accused. He pauses. Did you need help in any of these areas? I could use some counsel, actually. Very well. What is it that I can help you with? Have we met before? The man studies you for a moment, frowning in thought. The wrinkles on his face become more pronounced as he does so, and you're again struck by the toll that age seems to have placed on him. No, yet you seem familiar. Yet, he continues to study your features, and shakes his head. I will concede that there is something familiar about you, sir, and I apologize for any insult for failing memory may be giving you... My failing memory may be giving you at this moment. I have been preoccupied for some time. Have we met before? I think so. I can't really remember myself. Frustrating for both of us. Never mind. Perhaps you can help me with something else. Excuse me for asking, but are you alright? You must excuse me. As of late, I have been beset by troubles. I'm afraid it has been a rather trying time these past few years. What troubles? In his sighs, I do not wish to burden you. I lost my daughter not long ago. There was also a fire, but that is another matter. A fire? There is nothing much to say about the matter. It was a strange, localized fire. I cannot imagine what would have been precious in the documents that were burned, but someone must have wanted them destroyed. Can you tell me what was burned? A number of old legacies were burned, some mementos and other keepsakes of value only to me. Legacies? They are contracts that are deliverable at the death of the client. They provide specifics on how a person's possessions are to be divided upon the event of their demise. I have also heard them called wills. Are they anything like Dustman contracts? Oh my, no. The Dustman contracts, while they are deliverable at the time of the client's death, bequeath the client's body to the Dustman. Not a pleasant business at all, but some who are poor of means find the Dustman's contracts to be a means of support. How would one go about invalidating a Dustman contract? Well, we don't have a Dustman contract, so we don't have to worry about that. I see. Can you tell me about your daughter? Deonara. Oh, shit! She was young. She had recently joined the Society of Sensation, the Sensates. Not an unpleasant faction, but she had also met someone there. She followed him on a journey, and there she died. Her body... He looks pained. I was not even able to recover her body. Let's not go directly to that. You say she was a sensate?
My journal.
Yes. He becomes slightly more animated, as if warming himself on a precious memory. She had joined them because of her gift, and the fact there was so much about the multiverse that she wanted to experience. The sensates lend themselves readily to the sharing of experience and sensations. Gift.
Updated my journal.
Oh yes, Yanis nods. My daughter had the blood of an oracle running in her veins, but it was an unreliable talent. At times she could predict events before they took place. She had sight. She could see through time itself, sift through the threads of fate. Do you know anything about this man she journeyed with? Little. I barely even knew of his existence until she had departed. By then, it was too late to have known him. Do you know where she went on this journey? She never said. I'm not certain she was capable of saying where they had gone. Must have been a terrible place. How did she die? I do not know. Her body was never recovered. Yanni's face turns blood red and his hands clench into fists, and that is perhaps the most maddening part of this misery. I will never know what possessed her to run off like that, what happened to her, nor where her body lies now. Forgive me for asking, but how do you know she's dead if you never saw the body? It is most curious. I went to the Dustmen to see if they had found her body, and they directed me to one of their faction outside the Dustman monument. A Dustman named Death of Names, I believe. He is said to be an oracle of sorts, concerning those who have died. He told me my daughter had died. Do you know anything about this man? I believe the man was me, but I have forgotten much. You? Yanis looks you up and down. You are the one! And you say you have forgotten? Yanis draws himself up. He looks like he is squaring himself for a battle. You have forgotten! But the incident was not so long ago. How can this be? I have a strange condition. I lose myself for a time. Anything you can tell me about myself or your daughter would be invaluable. Countless liars have I known in my tenure in this city. Yanis studies you intently. You do not strike me as one of them. At least on this matter. He sighs. If you truly do not remember, then whatever befell you and my daughter on your journey must have left deep scars. I am inclined to agree. Then I ask your word on this. If your memory returns and you discover what has happened to my daughter, return to me, so that my mind may at last be at rest on this matter. I will do that. Very well then. Now leave. I wish to be alone with my thoughts. Farewell then. Okay, so we should maybe actually help Dionara out. Been in the linguist's home. Dude, I have your thingy. I found it in the whorehouse when I was looking through every single drawer. You'll pike off quick if you know what's good for you. This young but well-muscled thug, while certainly well-armed and large enough to be dangerous, seems awfully clean for a typical street tough. He's carrying a massive axe in one hand and a steel box in the other. As you near him, he puffs up and scowls at you. What are you looking at, sod? Pike off before I scrag you. Scrag? What in the nine of plains of Beator are you talking about, you idiot? Scrag snagged, nipped, yanked by the hardheads, you clueless, addle-covered Burke. What does that even mean? Scrag snagged, nipped, yanked by the hardheads. He glares daggers at Anna, but says nothing. You do seem a little well-groomed for a thug. Stop shaking in your bone box, Leatherhead. This is my territory. You'll be leaving it quick if you don't want my bloods to tear you apart. Anna snickers, shaking her head. Rattle, you sod. Rattling your bone box it is. I'd so like to see how long you'd last dropped smack in the middle of the hive, acting as ye are. Anna turns to you. Come on, let's be off. No use wasting our time with this wee-stemmed basher would-be. His face flushes angrily as he gnashes his teeth in frustration. That's it. You're a pike and asked for it. Get him, Bloods! He raises his axe and leaps to attack. Fight.
God damn
Holy shit! Fucking big damage. Whoa!
I'm gone.
Alright. Taunt Thug
A
Bolt.
perfectly good waste of arms and legs.
Good stuff. Stuff.
Ignis.
No, let's kill the others off first.
Gone. I'm hurt. I'm gone.
Holy shit, the name's one is so fucking ass in the beginning. Steel box. Why do you have a steel box? A sturdy steel box is a thick leather handle on the top, but there is no apparent way to open the thing. It appears to be welded shut. There are a number of very narrow slits along one side, though you can't quite see into the box through them. A sickly sweet rotting smell wafts out from the slits. Talk to item. Okay. As you examine the container more closely, it shifts slightly in your hands. Something moved inside. There's a man's voice from within. Ho there! Is someone there by chance? My name's Mertwin. Anyone? Hail? Ignore the voice. Put the item away. Yes, greetings. Thank the powers. Have you seen my body, perchance? It's hard to miss him. Stumbles about with a silly wooden head on its shoulders. He must have worn his feet down to stubs looking for me by now. No, I don't think so. Oh dear. Well, that would have been a bit too much to hope for, eh? In any case, it's probably shambling about the Civic Fest Hall in the northeastern corner of the Clerk's Ward. Could I by any chance persuade you to take me there, good sir? What's in it for me? Eh? My gratitude? I could use a little more, something more than that. Well, between the body and myself, I'm certain we could scrounge up something to your sir. Could you return me first? All right, I'll do it.
Updated my journal.
How splendid. I thank you kindly then, sir. If you don't mind now, we'll hold off speaking any further until I'm with my body again. All right. Farewell.
I'm gone.
Binam the Linguist. Where is that book? I have it. A short, scholarly man, a tight, nervous frown on his face, looks you up and down. Greetings! I am Finham. I must beg your pardon, sir, but I care little for guests, invited or otherwise. So, unless you have business with me, I would ask you to leave. I did have some questions. I would have you know that I am a scholar and a linguist, sir. While I shall happily entertain any questions regarding my field of study, language, and the like, I can be of no help to you in other matters. Never mind then. Farewell. I guess he doesn't want his book. Alright. Screw you. Maybe this is part of a future quest.
Done.
Anyway, I'll be right back. Bathroom. It's not a desk, it's a table with an absurd amount of dishes on it. So hello there. Hmm.
All right.
Harlot. I mean, This lady seems to have a little bit of everything. Maybe she has what I'm looking for. I'm just overlooking it.
Done.
Welcome back. Here to buy something? Not just now, I had some questions. I'll entertain any questions about the merchandise, but I'm not going to be drawn into one of your famous 20 questions about anything around the spire, understood? What did you mean by calling Mort prevaricating? Prevaricating, misrepresenting, perjuring, dissimulating, lying. Oh, did I say that? I'd meant a floating, disembodied, pontificating skull. Then dogmatic, always stating an opinion in a self-important manner. Rachika smiles innocently. I had another question. What are you? Rachika? Rachika sighs loudly. An Alu fiend, half-demon. My mother was Tanari, a fiend, and my father a great king of mortals. Such a rude question. But then you're rather rude looking yourself, aren't you? Well, had another question. Tell me about this place at least. What you see within this shop is the result of much trading and traveling across the plains. She makes a sweeping gesture of the shop. Weapons, charms, and other specialty items are for sale here, as well as everything that is rare and oh so exquisite fills this emporium. Your needs, I sate them. I don't think we actually looked at her normal item. Hammer of Communion. Enchanted +1, special 1 to 6 damage, 4 to 14 crushing. Divine Sensor. Evokes Raised Dead. Teeth of the Fire Drake. Magnify. Red Bond. Immunity to Panic. 1 to Strength. Ashes of the Pabulum. Summons Trellons. Usable only by Nameless One. These ashes are all that remains of a school of illusionists called the Pabulum. According to their expedition logs, they traveled to the plain of Shale in search of the lost works of the Forester, a powerful sorcerer who once ruled an empire, where the plain of Shale now lies. The naive illusionists were successful, and they stumbled across one of his lost works, a hive of various creatures called the Trellons. The remains of the mages were found days later by two Barrier scouts and were burned over a pyre as a symbol of their folly. To unlock the power of these ashes, one only needs to stir them with the index finger of the left hand, then sprinkle a pinch of the ashes into the air in a circular pattern. The smell of the remains of these dead mages is said to cause a Trellon to appear to serve the user. No one knows where the Trellons originated from, but they seem to combine the worst characteristics of demons and insects. Seem to bear an insane hatred for mages, but the reason for this is unknown. Heart of the Fosterer. Minor artifact. Usable only by evil and neutral characters. This strange object is said to be the heart of the Fosterer. According to the legend, the Fosterer was a sorcerer who built his empire upon the plain of Shale many centuries ago. He was rumored to have 3,333 hearts, and each of them carried in it a different evil he had committed in his lifetime. One of the evils he committed was the discovery of how to summon the Somian and bind them to his will. It is said that the Fosterer was carried away by these beasts after he invoked them against some ancient foe, leaving only his hearts behind. According to planar scholars, the Sohiman are fiendish horses, said to have been born from the blood of the last of the Nightmare Lords. They're not so much flesh and blood as an abstract given substance. They come to anyone who seeks revenge and bind themselves to them. They were born from a great treachery at the Gloom Meet. the time when the fiends gather to speak to the others of their kind. The nightmares ride the skies to gather the fiends to this meeting, acting as messengers. While the fiends saw the nightmares are helpful, convenient allies, they had grown tired of bartering with the last of the nightmare lords for his consent to use. Oh, too much text. Jesus Christ, that was shitloads of text. Another angerless eye. I already have one of those though. Teeth of the Fire Drake. Oh, usable my Mort. Holy shit, this is gonna like double his damage. But they're super expensive. Hair of Saliero Day. Wait, another one? Okay. I don't have anyone who's lawful good though. I'm not planning on becoming lawful. If I can help it. This downtrodden little man scurries about the curiosity shop, dusting, cataloging, and moving things about with the place's proprietress. You notice he smells faintly of onions. He glances up at you nervously as you approach him. Please, sir, I cannot speak with you. I have work to do, and my mistress simply won't allow it. I just had a few questions. I'm sorry, sir, but I can't. Please leave me be, for my mistress notices me talking to you. Mistress? The little man nods. Yes, Mistress Vrichika. I am Standish, her servant, her slave. I committed a crime and was sentenced to slavery, then purchased in the lower ward, like many of her slaves, most of whom she keeps at her manor. Now please, I beg of you, leave me be, or she'll become angered and beat me unmercifully. Alright. Wait, what items did she have here? Front of the store. Elixir of Horrific Separation, there. You examine a bottle labeled as Elixir of Horrific Separation. Richika presents it to you. This stuff was compounded by a scholar who'd found she possessed a darker half, a side of her which took control at times, and made her do awful things. This potion was to have split the darker half away from her, creating two separate beings. Mercy killers, however, found and executed her for a string of depraved murders before she could use it. I charge you only 200 copper commons for the elixir. I'll take it. Yes! Now we've solved that. And I think that is going to be the key.
Done.
Because I need a potion to get this guy to lose his memory. And that's the apothecary. Like, who else would you ask?
Done.
You see Pestle Kiln. He, or they, is as eerie to look upon as ever, as his flesh constantly changes and crawls across his face and body. I welcome you back, sir. I've got this elixir of horrific separation. Do you think that'd help you? Both his eyes suddenly snap to the small bottle in your hand. He nods, smacking his lips. I'll expect a reward, you know. The left eye rolls back, but the right one stays focused on you. He nods. Would some healing items suffice, sir? Yes, it will. Here you are. Pestle Kiln takes the bottle in both his hands and places it beneath the counter. His left eye focuses on you, while his right eye and hand concentrate on scribbling furiously on the countertop. We can use this to make something that'll fix us. Right on up. Now, if you'll give us a moment, when we got it all worked out, we'll make you some healing stuffs for a reward. He turns to head to the back of the shop. Alright, well for now then. This one goes here and this one goes there. This man closely resembles Pestle Kiln, though without the crawling skin and constant subtle mutations. Greetings again, sir, and well met. What is it I, Pestle, can do for you? I had some questions. My humblest apologies, sir, but I only speak of the store. Besides, I rarely leave the place, you see. You'd be better off finding another to answer your questions. I wanted to buy something then. We already checked that. I was hoping to get some healing concoctions. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Your reward, let's see now. I'll manufacture them for you for nothing, of course. But I'll need the proper ingredients. An Oni's heart, or powdered hematite, or the hair of a diva, or a thread from an Asimon's robe, or the blood of a regenerating creature, such as a troll, or... Actually, my wounds heal very quickly. Hessel raises an eyebrow. Do they now? Well, then your own blood might just do. Here, give me a sample if you would. Give him a bit of your blood. After drawing a small quantity of your blood and retreating to the back of the store, Hessel returns with a number of what appears to be hardened drops of blood. Placed upon one's tongue, these clot charms will heal existing wounds and aid in the prevention of new ones, for a time. Thanks, Pestle. I had some questions. No question! This man's face closely resembles Pestle Kiln's, though without the crawling skin and constant subtle mutations. Greetings again. The name's Kiln. Need you something? I had some questions. I work in the stockroom all day, I do. I'm no good to ask your questions of. Could I buy something then? You'll have to talk to Pestle about that, you will. He handles all that sort of stuff. God damn it! Well, that doesn't solve anything.
Done.
The sweet smell of sensates and governors.
No wine, but I had some questions. I make a policy to serve drinks and nothing more. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Fortunes told. Get your fortunes told. I don't want my fortune told. No. This old woman examines you closely with her sharp grey eyes. First your face, then your arms and various tattoos. Greetings, scarred one. Come to speak with Elobrande. Come to have your fortune told, mayhap, for a paltry 5 coins. No thanks. Farewell, Elobrande. Hold your one moment, scarred one. Elobrande reaches out, touching your arm. My mother gave me something once, long ago. A scroll, sealed with wax. A hooded man had entrusted it to her, and said that a man such as he would one day unwittingly come to claim it. Here, I would have you take it now. What is it? Elobrande shakes her head, frowning. I do not know. She was sworn never to read the thing. I obeyed her request. I obeyed her request to leave the seal unbroken myself. The man had paid her handsomely to take the scroll, but warned her of the direst consequences should she open it. Thanks then. Farewell. Suspicious sealed scroll. Well, this doesn't sound... Oh. This scroll has been tightly bound with red ribbon and sealed with wax. You can't put your finger on it. You've got a bad feeling about the thing. As if somehow opening and reading the scroll could be somehow dangerous. Break the seal, open the scroll, read it. The scroll contains a few lines of shaky calligraphy and a strange rune. The calligraphy reads, "This may not kill you, but it will slow you down, I am sure. Stop chasing me, you thieving bastards. It's my body. Mine, mine, mine. Now, die!" What the? The rune suddenly throbs, and the entire scroll begins to dissolve into a stinking black mess. The fluid seeps directly into the flesh of your hands. In seconds, the magical hemotoxin has rendered your blood into black bile. You begin to die an exquisitely painful death. Fall into darkness.
Talk about beating a dead horse.
Didn't really think you were deathless. Cursed you are.
Done.
Oh well. Oh, Sebastian! Oh shit! Oh, I was looking for this guy for ages, but I didn't find him. You see an older man in elegant robes. He has bright eyes and a warm smile. He gives you a slight bow as you approach. Good day, Cutter. I am Sebastian. How may I serve you? This might also be one of the guys that could help us with this quest. Greetings! Greetings to you as well, Cutter. He stops in mid-sentence as he notices your scars. You see his eyes travel along them, and his eyebrows arch in surprise. He returns his gaze to you. I was about to ask what I could do for you, but there is no need. I think I see why you came to see me, Cutter. What? Are you trying to say you can help me with these scars? He smiles at you and shrugs his shoulders. Perhaps, Cutter, perhaps. He leans forward, begins to examine your scars carefully. He runs a finger along several of them, mumbling to himself. Finally he looks up at you. Yes, Cutter, I can help you. I cannot cure you, but I can alleviate the worst of your condition. And your price? Ah, yes, the price. He begins stroking his chin and stares at you. You get the impression you are being weighed somehow. He seems to come to some sort of a decision. I have a job that I think you could perform. Go on. I have signed a contract with a certain creature. I am no longer able to fulfill the contract. It is beyond my abilities. However, the creature will not release me from the contract. Instead, it has threatened me with death unless I fulfill the contract. Let me guess, you want me to solve this problem for you. He sighs. Yes, I cannot do it myself. My reputation demands that I fulfill the contract or face the consequences. I am at your mercy in this regard. Will you help me? What kind of creature are we talking about? An Abishai named Grosok, Cutter. He pauses to gauge your reaction. I know this is a difficult task, but one I think you can handle. Also, the reward I offer you is great. He gestures at your scar. What were you contracted to do? He shakes his head. I cannot reveal that information, Cutter. I am magically bound not to. That is why people come to me. They know that if I accept a contract, it will be handled with discretion. I see. An interesting proposal. He looks at you hopefully. Will you do it, Cutter? Yes. Give me the details.
Updated my journal.
He smiles at you and gives a sigh of relief. Thank you, Cutter. The creature is an Abishai named Grosok. Need a magical weapon to cause it any harm. So check with some shops if you do not own one. A spellcaster can harm it as well. Grosok can be found to the east, beyond the siege tower. Alright, but I have some other questions. His smile broadens as he gives you a slight bow. Ask away, Cutter. Who are you? I am Sebastian, a mage of some sorts. I do contract work for those who meet my price. You hesitate to use the word mage. Why? He nods his head. Yes, I am not a mage, Cutter, but I can perform the art in my own way. I have forsaken the normal studies of magic and followed my own path. He pauses and shrugs his shoulders. It's easier to call me a mage than argue the point. What kind of work do you do? He gives you a slight smile and then shrugs his shoulders. Confidential work, Cutter. I am known for my discretion in getting deeds done. People come to me with quests. If I can perform them, I do so. If I cannot, I don't. In either case, I keep silent. Okay. Who's this then? You see a pretty young woman in fine clothes. Her skin lacks the usual yellow tint of the inhabitants of this ward. She appears to be watching 3 nearby creatures with interest. Greetings. She turns to face you and an annoyed look crosses her face. Yes? What do you want? I have some questions. Fine. She looks irritated. Oh. Whatever. Gort Thorpe. Zerb. Hello, Gort. This huge creature stands over 9 feet tall. Rippling muscles support its massive frame. It seems to be engaged in conversation with 2 similar creatures next to it. Greetings. He turns at your greeting and looks down at you. A look of confusion crosses his features. Gort greet, small one. I have some questions. He gives you an apologetic look and shakes his head. Gort not speaking while you're talking. Sorry, you asked Thorpe. He gestures to one of the creatures next to him. This creature is huge, blah 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 blah. Greetings. He looks down at you and gives you a friendly smile. What you want, Smalley? I have some questions. You got questions, maybe Thorpe got answers. He smiles at you. Who are you? He smacks himself in the chest with a thunderous blow. Thorpe! He raises his arms above his head and shakes his fist at the sky. Mighty warrior is Thorpe. All Thokola are mighty warriors. He places his fists on his hips and glares at you. Who you? I don't remember my name. He nods at you as he examines your scars. You got mighty scars. You must be great warrior, like Thorpe. He frowns and nods wisely. Got hit hard on head too many times. Not remember name. Someday it come back. I have some questions. Who are you? Oh, right, we talked about that. No, whatever. Alright, I'll be shy over here. Hello, Grosuk. You see a reptilian creature with a snake-like body, 4 clawed feet, leathery wings, and a draconian head. The scales covering its body are a vile shade of green. The creature stands upright on its hind legs, balanced with its prehensile tail. As you approach, its eyes narrow to slits and it begins to hiss. Greetings! The air around the creature begins to radiate heat. Its scales take on a pale sheen. It gives you a hungry look and appears ready to strike. Suddenly it releases a flurry of hisses and relaxes its stance a bit. Sss! Go! Grosek, no talk! Told wait. Sss! It glares at you as its tail lashes back and forth. Sebastian sent me. The creature relaxes quite a bit and the air grows cooler. It holds out a clawed hand to you. Sss! Give Grosek information. He looks at you expectantly. What information? It's hard to read facial expressions on a reptile, but you are certain that Grosek is rather annoyed with you. His tail begins to lash furiously, and the air grows warm again. No question! Give Grosek information or die! Grosek then take information from body. I need to know which piece of information is for you. I run errands intended for several people, you understand. He glares at you for a moment while he thinks. Finally, he gestures at a nearby tower. Siege tower! How get inside? Sebastian say he divine way. Grosuk takes a step toward you, and holds out his hand. Now give. Oh, that information. I'm sorry. Sebastian wanted to deliver that one in person. He'll be along soon. I don't want to say that.
Updated my journal.
The air around Grosuk begins to radiate heat, and his scales take on a pale sheen. Gives you a hungry look, and appears ready to strike. He opens his mouth to reveal several rows of razor-sharp teeth. No, Grosuk think you lie. Give information now. Grosuk kill quick, not slow. Not give Grosuk take time. Remove your insides. Let you watch. Fine, Sebastian sent me to kill you anyway.
Alright.
It's like still working on this thing.
Or can you taunt him? Oh, yep.
Mike's not working on this thing. Mike's not working on this thing.
In knowing the teachings of Zerth,
8,000 XP, Jesus Christ.
grown stronger.
And 7 comments. That's good.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
Spell memorization abilities have increased. More ball lightnings.
I shall serve.
The Khan became fatigued.
Done.
Seems like we need to rest soon. Sebastian smiles at your approach. Good day, Cutter. Have you completed your quest? Yes, and I've come for what is due me. One moment, please, Cutter. Sebastian reaches into his robe and removes a small crystal ball. He gazes into it for a moment before returning his attention to you. I cannot thank you enough, Cutter. I shall live up to my part of the bargain. Are you ready? Yes. It is done, Cutter. Charisma +2! Oh! Once again, I thank you. Sebastian bows deeply to you. Thank you, and farewell, Sebastian.
Updated my journal.
have 17 charisma now? Byron Pickett. You see a well-dressed, middle-aged man. He seems to be scanning the crowd with a practiced eye. He notices your approach and gives you a quick once-over. Greetings! He smiles at you and gives a barely perceptible nod. I am Byron Pickett, moneylender. May I help you? Never mind, farewell. I'm not certain where I would find some. Oh yeah, we can return the guy's head. We can go this way? Apparently you can.
I'm gone.
Civic Fest Hall. We still haven't gone to Under Sigil.
I'm gone.
There, Mertwin the Headless. It's clear there is something very wrong with this man. The way he lurches about, bumping into things, staring off blankly to space. As you approach him, you at last realize his plight. He's headless. The thing on his shoulders is merely a skillfully crafted wooden prosthesis. A false head. This must be Mertwin's body. Mertwin's voice suddenly echoes from within the steel box. Oh, there it is! That's my body! Stay there, old chum, over here. The body shuffles toward you, reaching out toward the steel box containing Mertwin's head. Allowed Mertwin's body to take his head. Ah, much better. I thank you, good sir. Bonk, it says. I imagine my body here was getting a bit restless without me. The body hugs the steel box tightly. Yes, I missed you too. The body tucks the case under its arm and bows to you. And as for you, good sir, you certainly deserve some sort of reward for your trouble. Let's see what I've got now. The body fumbles about in its pockets and finding nothing there in its tunic. Finally, it presents you with several handfuls of copper coins. Thanks, Mertwin. I had some questions. Certainly. Ask whatever you'd like. How'd you end up the way you are? I'm not sure, really. The body set me down in one of the lecture halls, and the next thing I knew, someone had absconded with me. The next thing I remember, I was being picked up by you. But what I meant was, how'd you lose your head? The body stiffens visibly. Oh, we don't like to talk about it. Quite horrible, really. What's past is past. No need to dredge it up. Though I will say that I'm in the box because my head's not quite as presentable as my body, if you get my meaning. Okay. What are you doing here? I mostly amble around the fest hall. You know, lumber here, lumber there. I'm not a sensate, mind you. But I just like to watch all the different sorts of people milling about.
Looks like
That's all I wanted to know.
skills have increased.
Just thinking that someone in here knows something. Just going around asking everyone. Oh, a pain in the ass. Where does this lead?
I'm gone.
Dormitories. Fest hall room clerk. The attractive young woman smiles pleasantly. Something I might help you with, sir? Could I rest here? The Civic Hall Fest Hall often rents out any unused chambers by the evening. You could certainly rest there. Should one be available? Shall I check for you, sir? Yes, please do. This room is small but cozy with a comfortable, if somewhat narrow, bed. Though most people would gain 20 hit points from a full night's rest here, you will awaken fully recovered. 30 hit points. Every last wound. 40 hit points. Gonna sleep in the royal room.
Done. I'm gone.
Don't. How could I buy something from the Sensate Vaults? Must be a member of the Society of Sensation. I don't want to be a member.
I'm gone.
Salavesh the Onyx. This tall, thin man, dressed in heavy crimson robes, has sharp, pinchable features. He bows regally as you approach him. I am Salavesh, oft called Salavesh the Onyx, future mage tutor for the Civic Fest Hall. You have business with me, I take? No, just some questions. About what, Not the ward and such like, I hope? Plenty of more common folk could answer such questions, and I'd just as soon direct you to one of them. Are you called the Onyx? A long tale. Shall shorten to save my breath. In my youth I was once called Salavesh the Golden, for I was said to have a heart of gold. Small, hard, and yellow. Well, I cursed the fool who started that, so that he could only speak from his arse and defecate through his mouth. The Onyx appellation, along with the same lines as the Golden, though admittedly somewhat less clever, soon followed. In any case, I'm a much kinder fellow now, far less prone to laying curses in the. I'm not certain if I deserve the name any longer. Curse him to what? Oh yes, you heard right. Salavesh sighs happily and chuckles to himself. That sort of thing is why I'm known as the Master of Curses, you know. What did you mean by future mage tutor of the Fest Hall?
Updated my journal.
It's a prestigious position. Be an official tutor in one of the Fest Hall's training chambers. It's my intention to one day take the position of mage's tutor, but the title is currently in possession of the Lady Thorncombe. If only I could somehow prove that I'd be a superior tutor. Blah blah blah. Well, I can't find shit here. Let's head down into the under sigil, see what we can find.
Done.
That doesn't sound good. Maybe we are nearby the rivers, the actual river Styx, and we can just go grab what we need. God damn, these guys are tanky as shit.
I hear you, I shall serve.
Did one of those give 8,000 XP?
Your will be done.
Barely injured. Okay, I don't know what his spells do properly. This one Those within range are exploded. Let's do this
All right.
then.
Might
Come on.
as well.
You guys can manage. Elemental Strike on the furthest away one.
Why not?
Damage 1. Wow, amazing. Fiery Rain.
Yes, my master.
Might as well.
Damn cutscene spells. Skull Mob.
Get him, guys.
Ball Lightning. Barely injured. Barely injured. Barely injured. Tongues of Flame. That's meant to be something. Another 8k XP. Holy shit. Thank God. Targeting Mort instead. That's a lot of fucking XP.
Damn. I feel stronger. All right.
One characteristics point gained. More con.
I'm gone.
More worms. Door has been sealed. Holy shit, there's so many worms! Oh. A couple of them got feared. That's good.
Filthy stinker. Father of trolls.
Die. Die.
Sheer ugliness stabs pain into my eyes.
Just keep taunting.
Karak sings true.
I'm gone.
Tanja's folly. Die.
They seem pretty
All right.
somewhat easy to do. taunt, so.
I'm hurt.
Oh. We are locked in.
Your path is
Gone.
Bread.
It's not good. The nameless one has no AC.
I will hear you.
I'm gone.
You dog's body.
There. Taunt is OP. I wonder if we got like a higher DC on it or something when we
Done.
were in the whorehouse and talked to the tiefling lady. Not sure what that was about entirely. There. Oh my god, there's so many!
Stupid yabo.
Stupid jobbo.
Blabbering idiot. You dog's body.
More level ups.
My jaw is hanging on by a thread. Give me a hand here.
All right.
Don't understand the XP here.
Done.
Manacles. More worms. Okay.
You got a face only a sledgehammer could love. And hands.
balance in all things. I shall serve.
Poachers. Bakers.
All right.
The rock sings true. Your path is mine.
No, 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 no.
Perfectly good waste of arms and legs.
The flames grow within me.
Ignis level up. The spells kind of suck though, didn't they?
What do you wish of Ignis?
See that? My jaw is hanging on by a thread. Would you give me a hand here?
Ouch! Ow!
Look at it enough sword.
That was quick. with the cheese.
It is I.
I'm here.
All right.
There, finally one down.
Valley. Grok sings
My jaw is hanging on by a thread, but you...
Damn.
My jaw is hanging on by a thread. Give me a hand here.
I'm gone.
Okie doke.
Right.
All right.
Inventory full. Manacles. What? I mean, what? We don't have identify now? Did we even use it? I don't remember using it.
Done.
More worms. More worms. Fire resistance. Yeah, the Gorgon solve. Davis Tears. That's to soothe the rage. Fiend's Tongue. Dark Bird. Black Eye. And I can't imagine that
All
it
right.
is anything but something that's in that district.
I'm gone.
This feels like a portal zone or something. Apparently I don't have the portal item.
What?
Almost getting too high level for the heart charms. The blood charms.
What's up, Chief? Stinkers.
Save versus value. Turd. finish casting the spell? Doesn't say that I have an AC bonus.
You father of trolls.
I'm gone.
Father of trolls. You gotta face only a sledgehammer can stop. An ass. Father of trolls.
As long as they're only attacking Mortis. All good.
One more second, I'm gonna puke.
Mortis super OP.
My jaw is what's the word?
The teachings of Zernomon I have become down.
My jaw is hanging on by a thread.
Come on.
Give me a hand here.
The annoying part is that it eats up like all of our healing items. And they give 0 money. They don't drop anything. Their memorization abilities have increased. Didn't you just get that?
I'm gone.
Bandages. River sticks. Looking for the river sticks. Oh. To upper ward. Don't we have a heart charm? 27 hit points.
All right.
My spider senses are tingling.
Right.
Done.
Any traps? No, just a shitload of worms.
Mortis.
All right.
In Zernomon's name.
You dog's body.
I shall serve. True.
See that?
I shall serve.
Ouchie! Are those guys running away? Or what's happening? Whoa, shit! How the fuck did that happen? Now the window is fucked. Great. There.
Might as well.
These stinkers. Prime scum. Stinkers.
I'm hurt. All right.
He's hurt. I'm hurt.
Mine.
Man, this fucking debuff is the worst thing ever. I can't tell if they're taunted now. Okay, they're blinking when they're taunted.
What's up?
Crossing strong.
This is what I get for getting into a scrape.
Pride will be rest in your
This
carcass.
is what I get for getting into a scrape. Aye, might as well.
Imbecile.
This is what I get for getting into a scrape. Might as well.
The fuck did that guy come from? Come on.
Is this right?
Stinkers.
Alright. Perfect. Properly taunted.
Knowing the teachings of
Push ahead on AoE. Holy shit, we're leveling up so fast here. I almost feel like I'm exploiting or something.
endure.
But they are pretty difficult.
Blade has changed.
Oh! Weapon upgraded. Now a +2 weapon, +2 to armor class. Zero AC. Oh, I have -1. That's from the spell, I assume.
I'm gone.
A Somian. Hello, Somian. We taunt you?
Blathering idiot.
Good. Right. Now we just have to pray that Mort doesn't kill. Oh, that one was easy.
Done.
This doesn't lead anywhere either. Fuck is this place? It's literally just the sewers and there's nothing here. This looks special. Worms up there. Thing.
Hear your words.
I'm kind of feeling like you're supposed to like end up here
I'm
somehow.
gone.
Fumble your way out through the worms or some shit like that. One worm. You can definitely handle one worm.
You dog spot.
Done.
Insult him so he becomes angry. Well, we almost cleared it. There's what, like 1 or 2 worm groups left? That's just one worm. Oh, 2 worms.
Even 50 swigs of brandy would
Ah,
make
come
me
on.
look good.
Ignis wishes to burn.
You sod. Blathering idiot.
Might as well.
Things true.
Swigs of brandy wouldn't make you look good.
Worms are like, no, don't talk badly about my appearance.
I'm gone.
That's it? No, there's another group there.
But a perfectly good waste of arms and legs.
It doesn't have arms or legs.
Slattern. Your face is just begging to be kicked.
Right.
She has the personality of a passerby and twice as ugly. Sod.
Oh,
Increased.
Mort level up again. +1 fist. Got it good. We're still true neutral, thank God. I have no idea when it changes. But I'm a bit afraid that we're becoming evil. Since I took that book's advice, or I just let the book give me
Your
advice.
face is just begging to be kicked.
I feel like that just gave us like
Hi, Dad.
evil points.
Huh?
That's how it works.
Planes. You got a face only a sledgehammer could love. And has. Prime scum. Y'all gotta follow you little Satan.
Whoa! Level up. Another fighter level.
The flames grow within
Oh.
me.
3 levels again.
All right.
Alright. We're done here. We cleared the entire area. And there was fuck all. Unless that is something. I would say a waste of time if we didn't get shitloads of XP. Fuck. His large red armored figure is standing in place, apparently guarding the stairs beside him. You dimly recall that his ornate armor marks him as an officer of the Harmonium, one who provides law enforcement for the city. Greetings! The man casually motions back towards the street. Move along, sir. What are you doing here? He points towards the stairs beside him, which looks to descend straight beneath the city. Guarding this stairway, sir. Why? Where does it lead? To the realm below. Seeing your expression, he continues, under sigil. You may have heard it called. Any reason you're keeping people from entering the place? He chuckles softly, the plates of his armor rattling with the movement. I'm watching for anything that comes out, sir. Things that don't belong in sigil proper. What sort of things are down there? Don't concern yourself with it. He regards you curiously for a moment. You're considering going down there, aren't you? Well, be most cautious. Rumors abound of the worst sort of creatures living down below. And what if I feel like staying right here? Move along. I need your help. You need help? Has a crime been committed? Well, no, just some questions. He sighs. I understand you've got questions, and in another time, another place, I'd be inclined to help. But he pauses to peer suspiciously down the stairway. But this is neither, so just move along, sir. Now. What if I feel like staying right here? He shrugs, his armor clanking with movement. You're free to stand here, but not to pester the law. I'd suggest you leave before there's any trouble. Can you tell me what you're doing here, at least? Yeah.
Done.
Really tell me much? Well, we've already been told about Ravel. We basically know where Ravel is. But before I figure out these quests, I don't really feel like doing them. Aelwyn. This tall, slender woman occasionally looks up from her cup of wine to scan the surrounding patrons and passersby. Her facial features are elegantly exotic, and her eyes a brilliant golden color. Catch the light, sparkling as she looks about. Greetings. She regards you carefully for a moment before replying. Speaks slowly and carefully, avoiding direct eye contact with you. I, Aelwyn, return your greetings. Are you looking for someone? She nods, staring wistfully into her cup of wine. Nemel is her name, a friend of mine. Aelwyn's. I, Aelwyn. Worry for her in this place, and wonder why she hasn't come to meet me, Aelwyn, yet. I could help find her for you, for a price, of course. She nods. I, Aelwyn, understand. Are you a sensate? No, I am not. Do I, Aelwyn, not look familiar to you? No, should you? It is as I, Aelwyn, thought. A man's mind has been lost to him. What do you mean? Do you know who I am? I, Aelwyn, have met you before, and would speak of that meeting, were you to aid me. I'll do it then.
Updated my journal.
She looks at you directly and, for just the briefest of moments before she casts her eyes back to the drink. Your senses are awash with a warm, comfortable feeling. Pure happiness. I, Aelwyn, thank you. What was that? What was what, kind stranger? She bites her lower lip. I, Aelwyn, know not of which you speak. Very well. What does Nemel look like? She appears as I, Aelwyn, do, but with raven hair and eyes of bright violet. I'll tell her you're waiting for her here, then. Alright, over there. I'm just wondering if something of it might be inside the Art and Curio Galleria. Was any of the paintings of the river Styx? Your friend Aelwyn is looking for
my
you.
journal.
Emel's lips form a perfect smile. An infectious happiness radiates from her, clinging to you like sweet-smelling warmth. Nemel was overjoyed to hear of her friend. Was Aelwyn close by? She's at another cafe east of here, across this part of the ward. Nemel thanked the man for his wondrous news. Soon she would go visit her oldest friend, Aelwyn. Now, though, she would reward the stranger. Wait for her to reward you. She would draw the stranger close, laying her hand upon his chest, and kissing the pale, leathery skin of his cheek. Life would flow into him, invigorating him. This, then, was to be his reward. Wait. Max hit points +3. As you wait, there is a light tingling sensation upon your cheek and chest. The feeling spreads across the whole of your body, and you begin to feel stronger, more animated. My thanks. Well, farewell. And we run back. Aelwyn clasps her hands together and bows her head to you, in thanks. Tears of joy falling from her golden eyes. Just as your own eyes begin to water, she wipes away her tears and smiles, causing a wave of intense pleasure to wash over your entire body. Aelwyn thanked the stranger. She had been reunited with her dearest friend Nemel. Of course. Now, tell me of our previous meeting.
Updated my journal.
The name I, Aelwyn, chose for you, stranger, is not so fitting. You and I, Aelwyn, have met before, in the fest hall, in a place you could not have been were you not a sensate yourself, whether you recall or not. Unless you betrayed the Society of Sensation at some point, you are a sensate. See. Tell me more. She nods. You and I, Aelwyn, have met on 2 different occasions. The first was no less than 2 centuries past, the last more recently, perhaps no more than 50 years ago. That's quite a long time ago. She nods again. My Aelwyn's people are extremely long-lived, forgetful one. She sighs unhappily, causing a chill to descend over you. You seemed a different man then, less grim, less scarred, so eager to see all the multiverse had to offer. You counted me, Aelwyn, then and you courted me, Aelwyn, then, and was nearly taken as a lover, but then you disappeared. Where did I go? I, Aelwyn, was told you had been slain, murdered. She looks up for a moment, to peer curiously into your eyes. I met you only once more after that. Did I remember you then? No. She shakes her head sadly, then touches her throat. No, you did not. You lashed out at me. Aelwyn made to slay me. You lashed out at me, Aelwyn, made to slay me. Screamed how I, Aelwyn, could not fool you, would not ensnare and murder you. Oh, it's that schizophrenic version of us. What happened? We had met in one of the northern towers of the fest hall of the 7th floor. Before you could choke the life from me, I, Aelwyn, used my powers to bade you leap from a window to your death. When I, Aelwyn, finally went to search of your broken body, you had already gone. I see. That is the whole of my Aelwyn's tale for you. We were not strangers once, but we have now become so. Farewell, stranger. May fortune walk with you in your travels. Thanks, Aelwyn. Farewell. Okay. Thing is, I don't want to join any groups.
I'm gone.
Splinter regards you coolly as ever as you approach. We welcome you once more to the Civic Fest Hall, traveler. How may we help you? How can you help me? Blah 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 blah. How could I buy something from the Sensate vaults? What if I already was a Sensate? I haven't come to this place in a long time, but I assure you, I was a Sensate. Splinter bends down a ways to examine you more closely. We do not recognize you, but we see no lies dripping from your tongue. Very well, we shall grant you access to those privileges allowed only to members of the Society of Sensation. If you can show us what sensations you have gathered recently. Alright, I'm ready. We would ask for 5 sensations then, each pertaining to one of the body's senses, or a single experience which has strong elements of all 5 senses. I'd have a single experience to contribute then. I woke up not knowing where I was, on a cold, blood-slicked iron slab in the bowels of the mortuary, a place where only the dustmen or the corpses in their care have seen. Go on? My entire body reeked of embalming fluid, but even the smell of that was not enough to match the coppery scent of the gore around me. Dozens of bodies lie on countless body slabs, like the one I rose from, all in the process of being gutted, flayed, and the like by nightmarish clockwork devices for reasons unknown. The only sounds were squeals of labored metal and the unsteady tread of undead workers as they pushed the slabs above the mortuary on rusted iron tracks. He nods. A disturbing experience. And I even left out the part where the chattering skull that flew at me as soon as I was upright. Will it suffice, Splinter? Yes, we welcome you back, traveler, and grant you access to those privileges allowed only to members of the Society of Sensation. Thanks, Splinter, I had a question. How can you help me, Splinter? I'd like to buy something from the Sensate vaults. Your vaults are fucking trash! As long as I didn't become a Sensate. Yeah, okay, good. It's all good.
I'm gone.
How can you help me? Can you show me to the sensoriums? There are 2. The public sensorium, where visitors may use the sensory stones for anywhere between 10 and 50 commons. The private sensorium, where only members of the Society of Sensation are allowed. You can reach neither of them yourself. We must take you there. Take me to the private sensorium then.
I'm gone.
The inscription around the base of this sensory stone indicates that it holds the experience week-long hunting trek across the forests of Arborea. Begin the sensation. You're standing in a circle of white tents deep in the woods somewhere. The trees around you are by far the largest you've ever seen. Suddenly, though, there's an odd prickling sensation at the back of your skull. Continue experience. Your surroundings melt into a colorless smear, and slowly resolve into what looks like the interior of a large grey sphere. Across from you stands a figure almost identical to yourself. His eyes flash in the half-darkness. A mad smile splits his features. I knew you would come. Who are you? Oh, don't you know? Didn't all those filthy, lying, thrice-damned journals tell you who I am? Those journals that were so conveniently left for me when I awoke. Those journals that called me an incarnation. Ha! Burned them all I did. All that I found. What did they say exactly? They spoke lies, 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 and nothing more. Filth about a man who forgets himself. Other incarnations of preserving their experiences in writing, so later lives would benefit. Thieves! It's my life, mine. You all want to steal my body, and you won't have it. So you're one of my earlier incarnations. He crosses his arms and looks away. If you'd put stock in such trash, yes. What did those lying journals say? Everyone says the same thing. Where am I? Oh, this? He gestures around him, snickering. Just a little trap is all. I realized that killing you body thieves might not be enough. I might have to trap you, and snare you for eternity. You may have realized by now that there's no way out of this sensory state. Your mind is locked here. You'll note the rather sparse surroundings I've left for you. All to help the madness set in good and quick, while your flesh rots away. He chuckles evilly. I have some questions then. Your earlier incarnation crosses his arms and looks away indignantly. Save for a few more tufts of hair on his head, he's identical to you. Even his arms have most of the tattoos yours do. Did you put those tattoos on? No, he looks distraught. That one incarnation, that practical one did. I've tried to burn them off, but the skin regenerates with the tattoos still on them. I have tried to tear them off, stain them with acid. I hate them. Free the tattoos. His eyes grow wild. Stop that. Stop reading me! He tries to cover himself with his arms, turning away from you. Keep reading them. The figure's eyes grow even wilder. Stop! Stop now! I'm warning you! He turns away from huddling up to cover more of his body. You see on his back the list of tattooed warnings that Mort once read to you at the mortuary. There is, however, one line at the bottom that Mort had neglected to read aloud. Don't trust the skull. Your previous incarnation grows more and more frantic as you keep peering at him. I'm warning you, for the last time, stop! You can't threaten me. You're a recorded memory, an apparition. I'll just keep reading them until you let me out of here. He howls like a madman, thrashing wildly, clawing at his arms and frothing at the mouth. Out, 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 out! And like that, everything ends. You find yourself standing in the sensorium once more, slightly befuddled, but quite unharmed. Joke? More traps here? The base of this aquatic blue stone has been sculpted so it appears to have melted into the pedestal it rests upon. A stream of perfect azure tears drip down the sides, framing the inscription beneath the pedestal. Longing. Begin the sensation. As you place your hands upon the stone, its surface ripples beneath your touch. A chill washes over your arms, like plunging your hands into a mountain stream. Close your eyes, submerge into the experience. As you close your eyes, blink and reopen them. Your eyes are brimming with tears, and you are overcome with a terrible sensation of drowning. As the sensation rolls through you, there is a stirring in your breast, a hunger, poisonous like a serpent, biting into your heart, until you feel as if your breast will explode. You then want desperately to steady yourself, focus, but all that comes to your eye is tears. Wipe away your tears. You raise your hand to wipe away your tears. Your hands are soft, delicate woman's hands. They brush the stray tears from your cheek, and you cup them in your hands, each of the tears like jewels shimmering in the lights. turn to examine the lights. The lights are cast by candle globes, drift through your sanctuary. You have come to this place to gather your thoughts, reflect on the past with an eye toward the future, cleanse the mind before the coming journey. Yet, cannot concentrate. Your thoughts remain in the present, trapped there by the terrible feeling that writhes in your breast. What did he mean? Close your eyes, sigh. You close your eyes, but his words echo in your mind 100, 1,000 times. Will he ever return? The sound is a whisper, an echo. Only you, only you. Yet you hesitated at the brink of time's door, and he must have thought you afraid to go. But you were not. You were afraid to stay, and the serpent writhes in your breast again, its fangs biting into your heart, filling it to bursting with its poison. The tears come again, running down your cheeks, in streams, only words echoing. Echo, only you, only you! Your eyes snap open. It is his voice! You whirl and you gasp. It stands, powerful in the shadows, and he strides into the light of the drifting candles globed. The drifting candle globes, and you feel the serpent writhing and dying. He returned! His face stern, but somewhere in those features you can almost see his pleasure at seeing you. After all, he returned for you. Only you can help me, Deonara, but it was wrong for me to ask you for help. Are all these mine? You speak, Deonara, yet you, it is you, gray-skinned like a statue striding from the light. Are you that scarred? Your body looks like it has been bathed in knife blades. The wounds, the tattoos, horrible. Yet you see through Deonara's eyes, and she sees... How can she see you in such a way? She puts a cloak over your features. She sees you in such light, such terrible longing. Light. But she... How can she feel such... Try to refocus, brace yourself, hold on to the experience. You feel your vision tearing, doubling until you are that man striding from the light. It is you, but not you. You feel yourself being torn. It is Deonara's experience, but at the same time it is also yours, and you... What? I ask too much of you to accompany me, Deonara. I have no right to place you in such danger for my sake. It is your words, but they are a surgeon's words, chosen with cold skill, without a trace of emotion. With every word, you feel yourself sneering inside, knowing what the stricken girl will see next through her longing-stained eyes. And who are you? And who? Are you that person? That man twisting her words? Twisting her with your words, not knowing how powerful they are to her, like bolts from a ballista, piercing her breast. Yet she sees only relief at your return. How? How can she feel and not know you mean to? I have come to ask your forgiveness, Deonara. I shall return to you as soon as I am able. Your vision tears again, doubling and bleeding until you are facing yourself again, trying desperately to speak, to warn Deonara that this is not a man, but a creature that kills for his own needs. He doesn't care about you, Deonara. You are a tool to him. A tool he needs to. But Deonara speaks, and you can't stop her. I would place myself in 1,000 dangers and embrace eternity for you, my love. I am not afraid. Listen to me. I will accompany you. Though the plains themselves should bar the way, you feel yourself shattering, relief and satisfaction. His satisfaction at her words, knowing she would say them, always knowing, and her admission of love is like the slamming of a portcullis across your heart. Trapped. She is yours, but you must be certain you drive the nail home. The way is dangerous. You will have to be strong, far stronger than you are now. Swimming through her mind, relief, the wave of relief, the end of longing, yet longing for him more at his words, not noticing his manipulations. All you need to be is strong, and his path shall be as one with yours. Your thoughts are like fires, for you can be strong, stronger than he knows. You know no fear, you would die for him. I can be strong, my love, I will. Her words slide off him like water. The serpent in her breast, the one piercing her heart with its poison, has been replaced by this serpent in the flesh. She sees nothing of this. And his next words are planned carefully, so carefully. I can't say it will succeed, Daenara, but I'll do my best to protect you, and I will expect nothing less of the same from you. You may be required to make some sacrifices. At that final terrible word, you feel yourself being torn apart. He means her harm. He means you harm, for you are her, and he means to hurt her. Yet you need her to be harmed. And you want to scream at her that she is in danger. Run, run, Daenara, for his eyes unmake all things and... Of course, my love, life is sacrifice. This I have learned. You speak the words, and in it you feel yourself dying inside. You are a spectator. You have watched a woman die, where the words are a death sentence. Yet still she speaks, unheeding, uncaring. I left a legacy in my father's keeping, my love. Ask for the 6th, the 3rd, the K and the S. In it I bequeath everything to you. It's not much, but with it I left...
Updated my journal.
Him. A wave of irritation washes over you. You clench your teeth to prevent the irritation from crossing your feature. Must she always continue to prattle, even when you do not prompt her? Must she... But no. No. Keep the irritation inside. Only a trace slips out. Come now. I cannot die, Daenara. There is no need for such foolishness. She is overcome with fear. Fear that revolts you, and the fear wells up inside her. You as you watch him frown, and you hasten to correct him. He must know the reason and know the wisdom behind them, so he is impressed with your planning. Speak before he turns away. I know I often act foolishly, my love, but you said yourself that you can forget things if you are badly hurt. There are things in the legacy that could help you remember, should you forget yourself.
Updated my journal.
You coldly regard her through your eyes, tracing your gaze along her furrowed brow, wrinkled with worry, desperation. She has acted as you expected, yet there is something in what she says. Perhaps. Yet I hope nothing in this legacy is of value. I do not want you to leave anything here in some ways, in some safe that could be of some use on our journey. Her illusion is shattered just for a moment. You watch, silent, as the emotions fall to the ground, splintering like silvered glass. Of some use. Such a casual statement, yet even Daenara sees. And you hope, just for a moment, you hope that she sees him for what he is. The serpent. The serpent! And your hope dies, as in Daenara's eyes. The emotion is rebuilt, the slivers being drawn from the ground. The illusion rebuilt, but the slight sliver of pain remains. He thinks you have done something foolish, yet you did it for him. You must make amends, but how? You must convince him. The legacy is unimportant, but it isn't. It isn't. It's everything. The legacy, my love, it just has a few things to help you remember. The scythe of words falls on Daenara so quick, so sharp, you cannot follow its arcing path. A legacy. The things you do, Daenara. Such romantic gestures. No matter. No, Daenara. You have driven him away again. Like you did the night before. You feel the serpent stirring again, reborn, curling around your heart. There is the softest of hisses, yet he does not hear. Would you wish to leave a legacy, my love? For yourself, or for anyone you would want to. It might help you remember if you left something for yourself, or for the ones you loved. The word scythe falls again, terrible and swift, yet this time the illusion holds, and the serpent is cloaked. The serpent is cunning, and it shall not reveal itself until it strikes. A legacy for myself? Not likely. The things I would leave for myself would not be safe in some advocate's office, Daenara. But enough of this. I must leave. He is leaving. You must make him remain, and the experience swirls around you. Terrible, the spiraling toward the final scene. The question she wants to ask. Don't ask it, Daenara. Don't ask it. Be silent. Be silent. My love, before you go. His anger, his irritation. What now, girl? What now, you mewling banshee? Before I go, it looks like I am in no danger of that. Come, Daenara. Can't these questions wait for the morn? There is much... She She is desperate, drowning. Say it, say it, say it, say it. And you speak it. Do you want me to come with you, my love? The rush of emotions dies in your mind. This is the end. The words you are about to speak are true, but the truth is not the truth she sees. There are no lies, only cold calculations. Of course he wants you to come with him, Deonara. You understand it clearly, too clearly. He has invested too much in the poor girl to let her go. Of course, Deonara, I would not have asked you to come with me if I did not want your company. You know how I feel about you. There is a cold silence in his mind, then a hissing of a thought, a response sharp and deadly like a dagger blade. The lie comes swiftly, unburdened by emotion. I love you, Deonara. And you want to scream as you feel the lie wash over her like a radiance, but it is a shadow of truth. A serpent's kiss, and he means you harm, and she can't see you. Can't see you want to call out, but she is crying with joy, even as cry with joy, with frustration, with joy, with despair. The emotion washes over you, like you are drowning, and you need to speak. You long to speak, but you cannot, and tear yourself away from the experience. And you scream as you tear your hands from the stone, bloody tears rushing from your eyes, running in streams down your arms, your hands to coat the stone. Blood, her blood, and you can't warn her, and you can't stop crying. Anna is watching you, terrified. She looks like she wants to step forward, help, but she's paralyzed. Yeah, are you alright? Yes, I just need a moment. Anna is silent, staring at you, hypnotized. Your blood drips upon the floor, each tear splattering into a crimson circle as it strikes the flagstone sensorium. What did you see? What did you see in that fiend stone? Longing. Anna frowns, confused, then stares daggers at the sensory stone, as if she's thinking about shattering it. I'm longing to break that stone. I am to tear you up so. No, I just need a moment, and I'll be fine. As much as you want to hurl the memory of the experience from you, hold it fast, because you know it's important to remember it. It was you in that experience. It was Deonara's experience. But because it was you, your memories flooded you, and you could feel both sides at once. Who were you? Who was that? That shade of you? Turn from the stone. Well. That was quell. Oh shit, that was long. This older man is chewing on something, muttering softly to himself. After a moment, there is a crack. He crunches down on the object in his mouth, then swallows it. His bushy, brassy white eyebrows furrow for a moment, rise and then furrow again. Greetings. Without so much as looking at you, the man reaches into his tunic, pulls out a fuse-colored ball, regards it curiously for a moment, then pops it into his mouth. I said greetings. The man frowns and waves you away, then nods to himself, thoughtfully as he savors the flavor of whatever he's put into his mouth. I've got some questions. The man smirks, bites his thumb at you, then abruptly pauses. His cheeks swell, and with a violent gag, he spits up a large black fly which begins to buzz around the chamber. Minerosian candies be damned, cries, shaking his fist at the insect. He whirls at you. What? What do you know of Ravel Pustlewell? I had questions about you. He pops a small red candy into his mouth. Do you always traipse about molesting puissant mages with your ignorant prattle? Babbling, blathering, chittering, chattering? The candy shoots from his mouth on chattering, flying into a high arc, to land on the floor with a wet plip. He stares at it sadly. I'm, sorry about your candy. It was so tasty too, he mules. He suddenly looks up, snarling. Sorry? As you should be, you piking dung beetle. Mages deserve respect, and bashers like you should know their proper place. He begins to jump up and down. Proper place, proper place. Snatch up the mage's candy and eat it? Its taste is sweet and tangy. The mage's jaw drops. My delectably scrumptious Bitopian fruit candy. That was good. Can I have another? Another one? Another one? Of all the raw blistering nerve, what makes you think you deserve another candy, you unmannerly, churlish dullard? Come on, just give me one. I'll give you nothing, and you'll like it. He plops the candy in his mouth for emphasis. Mmm, so good. He swirls it in his mouth, his eyes closed as if he were wrapped with ecstasy. So delicious. I want one, and you'll give it to me. Now let's have it. How dare you so ungraciously demand candy of me? As if it were some divine right, granted to you by the greatest of powers. Shall I just kneel to this whim of yours, O great one? Pass my treasured candies onto your stigmata'd sacredness. Why don't I anoint them with precious oils, have them blessed first? He stomps his foot with each word. No, 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 I think not. Come on, just give me one. I'll give you nothing, and you'll like it. Fine then, forget it. I shall. Forgotten, forgotten it is, you scabrous, rot-brained clattertrap. Now farewell. But I had some questions. I care not, you yeasty, beef-witted pignut. His eyes bulge out as he jabs his finger at you. Now off with you! Off with you! And do not return without being prepared to show the proper respect. Come bearing tribute, a gift. He suddenly draws close and whispers from the side of his mouth. Candies or chocolate would be nice, but nothing common, mind you. Bring something exotic. Now be gone. The chocolate method. Fine, I'll look around the ward for something suitable.
My journal.
Like I said, this game is much more like a point-and-click adventure game than than any other D&D game I've ever played. It has the same kind of writing too. But we have another infinitely long stone here, I assume. The sickly green stone is securely fastened to the pedestal it rests upon. The inscription beneath it reads, "The Messenger." Begin the sensation. As you touch the stone, its green exterior sharpens, flashing, its brightness becoming more than you can bear. So much so you close your eyes to shut it out. Close your eyes. Submerge into the experience. As you close your eyes, you feel the skin along your arms become numb, as if all sensation is being bled from them. Tired. So tired. You try and blink, yet the darkness remains. Your lids feel soft and sluggish, unresponsive. You are sitting on what feels to be a dirt floor, and around you is the smell of coppery blood and herbs. Why are you here? You came here to what? Your memory fails you, but you feel a growing panic beginning to well up inside you. Try and get your bearings. Ah, awake now, are you? A questioning all done? The voice is an old woman's, thick and scratchy, as if it's trying to force its way past a thick layer of dust. Try as you might, you cannot open your eyes and see the woman. But you feel a shiver of fear. Something is wrong, terribly wrong. You try to respond, but all you can manage is a ragged croak. You can't feel your tongue. And your eyes. What's wrong with your eyes? Listen. Now, a see me you did, a spoke you did, and poorly. So the price have you paid, hm? The crone sounds amused, then her tone drops sharply. No more of your questions. Now you will listen, and you will remember my words. For in minding me you shall live. She hisses. Nod if you hear me, or another bit shall I take. Nod. Remember me, traveler. Remember me to a stone of one of the pretty glimmers in your festive hall. Use it like a cup, pour what you feel into it, and know this. Remember me to a man who wears a skin of scars and tattoos, who seeks memories but has misplaced them. If smart he is, he will know the knowing of me. Tell him to find me, or I am not to be found. Or if I am not to be found, tell him to come to the Glimmerstone, and we shall speak. My precious man and I. The woman pauses, then hisses again. Nod if you hear me, ragged thing. Nod. Ah, pretty polite to I listen so long. When he comes to the Glimmerstone, tell the man to speak my name, and your pain shall not have been in vain. The crone's voice trails off, as if distracted. You try to speak again, but there is only a sick gurgling noise. What happened? Who is this person? Why are you... And you begin to feel yourself slip into unconsciousness. Rabble! Ravel, it is I.
Updated my journal.
There is silence. Ravel? Ah, my precious man. There is the slow shuffling of feet. Feel a sharp pinprick in your left eye. You gasp, and suddenly, barely you can see. With your one and only eye, you lie in a grey hut upon a dirty floor, where blood, your bright red blood, has seeped into the surrounding grey dust. Your arms are gone, legs have been hacked off at the knees. Yet you feel numbed, and there is no pain, only fear. There is someone above you, someone looking down on you. Look up. As you look up through your bloody blurred vision, you see a horrid bluish-grey face, grinning with yellowed tusks. Ravel is pleased, wondering if this messenger would make it, for weak he was when his bits were placed on my plate. She holds up a talon in front of you, and impaled on the tip of it is an eyeball, the right one. Yet to the festive hall he returned, it seems, and our time together as he shared, and now you have come. Success. Ravel, I have many questions for you. The crone shakes her head, your blurred vision seeing 3 images at once. Her grayish hair is like brambles, drifting down her shoulders. No, only time for answers does Ravel have, and she has no time to waste with your guess questions. Know this, and in the knowing grow strong. You must find me, my precious man. But how? I do not know.
Updated my journal.
Shh! I am beyond knowing. In a lady's place. Now shh, and listen to Ravel, for there is much you must do. Find me? 3 things you must do. Find the door, know the key, then unlock the key. Door? The door is not a finished thing, at least when I last gazed upon it. But in the passing of time, perhaps now well wrought it is. Go to the place of forges and steel. Perhaps there you will find the door that takes one to me. What is the key you speak of? To know of the key, speak to one of the knowing ones. Many there are in the festive hall. Many, yet only one there knows the knowing of what the key is that you loosen his tongue, and many secrets shall spill forth. What door do you speak of? Now, when you say unlock the key, what do you mean? And knowing the key is not enough, so Ravel thinks. Knowing it and unlocking it, 2 tasks that must be joined. For at times a thing knows not its nature, but you are no stranger to that. Ravel cackles, a long hideous cry that fills your ears with pain. Ravel, how am I talking to you if this is someone else's experience? Of stones and experiences and telling with Ravel do, but not the telling of how she speaks to you now. She speaks soothingly. Many are the branchings and twistings of Ravel, and many are her secrets. I need you, and I need you knowing of this. Farewell, Ravel. Return. I will give what help I can. Ravel gives a final smile, a horrible yellow-fanged grin. A blackish tongue darts from her lips and lingers at the edge, teasing. But in the end, only the one question remains. What do you mean, Ravel? Only one question this I ask. Ravel's eyes blaze like fires, the red light turning her face blood red. What can change the nature of a man? At the question, you feel a tremor pass through like thunder, and you feel yourself burn. Let the experience go. Your vision clears until you're standing once again before the hideously green stone. It looks different than before, more horrid somehow. Try and shake off the experience. So it's this guy. We just have to go and buy the thingy. Oh wait. Secret loot thing without anything in it? Okay. Can you show me to the sensoriums? Take me to the public sensorium.
Right.
So apparently we did not only belong to the sensate. We basically built it or something? This is an unusual bluish-purple stone. It is securely fastened to the pedestal that it rests upon. Oh, I can't do it. Sensate Guide. This man's gentle voice complements his calm and refined demeanor. Greetings. Are you here to use one of the sensory stones? Yes, I am. There are currently more than a dozen standard sensations available, as well as 6 more extravagant experiences. The use of a standard stone is 10 copper commons. The more involved ones will cost 150 coppers. Would you care to hear of the standard or the extravagant sensations? The extravagant. The man nods, smiling, and explains the more involved sensations. Will one of these suit you? Oh my god, there are so many! It's gonna take all night! Horrible Regret will do. A fine choice. The stone you shall want to use is the one in the larger chamber, 3 rooms counterclockwise from the stairwell. It is reddish-orange in color, 3 rooms counterclockwise. This one? Lady Thorncombe. Oh, we've heard mention of you. This comely middle-aged woman is wandering about dreamily, absent-mindedly chewing on her thumbnail. Her eyes seem focused on nothing in particular. She is dressed in elegant yet disheveled finery, and her hair is slightly tousled. Greetings! She takes her thumb from her mouth, smoothing back a strand of hair that had fallen in front of her eyes. I have some questions. Very well, ask what you wish, she sounds. She sounds apathetic. I had questions about you. As you begin to ask your question, you realize she's not looking at you, let alone paying you any attention. Hello? I had a question. I had a question about you. Hello? I had questions about this place. Hello? Never mind, actually. Farewell. This reddish-orange stone. Wait, wasn't that... She's... the head of... She's the head mage tutor or something? This reddish-orange stone is the one that the clerk directed you toward. Within it lies the experience Horrible Regret. You stand on the deck of your flagship, the Divine Hammer, as it floats over the continent of Agerheim, held aloft by the winds of magic. The very landscape roils and shudders beneath the bombardment of your fleet. 1,000 ships, cannons and bombards, hurling their sorcerous fire down like vengeful gods. The shockwaves begin to hit your ship only minutes ago, a constant vibration that sends shudders through the whole of the ancient craft and moves your very bones, accompanied by a constant rumbling bass. As the land's mountains begin to sink and the seas that surround it begin to boil off into the atmosphere, your first officer comes to stand beside you. My Lord Admiral, permission to speak freely, sir. You nod your acquiescence, your stomach sinking as you guess at his question. My lord, forgive me, but how? What gives us the right? 1 billion lives. You speak without turning to him, unable to take your eyes off Rumus, the nation's vast capital city, as it vaporizes into a cloud of superheated gases 12 miles across, and growing ever wider. If you only knew the full treachery of the Agarites, First Officer Felon, one which is beyond most any man's comprehension, then you would know. You would speak of our right to annihilate them. We've no right to let them live. But, sir, traitors, all of them? Surely among the hundreds of thousands, how many innocents? Silence! Speak of it no more. Our king has spoken. His will be done. The task set to us is a horrible one, not fit for contemplation or questioning. There is no room for pity, no room for remorse, only duty. The two of you stand silently for a time, watching the last minutes of Agerheim. At long last you sigh, a low stuttering exhalation that sounds as if something has broken inside you. Beneath the brazen plate that covers the ruined half of your face. Ruined half of your face. Your dead eye begins to weep. Calm, my friend. I would have you understand. I know now as I look down what I have brought here. That were I to think upon what I have done, what I have truly done, I would be struck mad. A deed such as this, the anguish would overwhelm, destroy me. So, first officer Falm, it must be that there are no innocents on Agarheim. No mothers, no children, no people. Only traitors. Vile, cunning traitors, who deserve no less than the full brunt of our most holy king's wrath. Do you understand this? Yes, my lord. Good. Now go. I wish to be alone here. By your command, Lord Admiral. Falm bows his head and returns below deck, leaving you to stand over the end of a civilization. The experience seems to have stirred some long-forgotten, vaguely similar memory of in your own mind. Feel as if you've gained something from using the sensory stone. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like... Every single sensory stone is us. I'd like another session. Extravagant. Horrible regret. That was the one we just did, right? Shock and arise to seething vengefulness will do. Excellent. The stone you shall want to use is one of the larger chambers, 2 rooms counterclockwise from the stairwell. It is violet in color. The violet zone is the one that the clerk directed you towards. Within it lies the experience Shock and Arise to Seething Vengefulness. You stand somewhere in the nether regions of the plains, a sweltering place, where the ground is beaten copper and the sky is of brass. Here the bodies of sinners, petitioners, its horrid place, are rolled amongst iron brambles and bronze scorpions till their bones are fine grey dust. You squint at the horizon, the bone dust rising with putrid-smelling gusts of wind that carry with them the sound of agonized moaning. There is nothing but flat metallic landscape as far as the eye can see. The dust is everywhere, in everything. It stings at your eyes, coats the insides of your mouth with a pasty film. You spit, wiping at it with your finger, but it's of no use. The stuff's taste has fouled your mouth completely. You look down at the key in your hand, a minute platinum orb. Picture the man's face who solemnly swore to you. The magical portal you just passed through, now gone, of course, led to the green fields of Bytopia. Someone, by all the powers and their proxies, was going to pay for this one. Stir yourself from the experience. The experience seems to have stirred some long-forgotten, vaguely similar memory in your own mind. Feel as if you've gained something from sensory stone. A minute platinum orb. A slowly dawning horror. I forgot to read which one it was. Probably this. This bluish purple stone is the one that declared blah 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 blah. How good could it be, you think, regarding the burgundy liquid carefully? Across the table from you, the twisted old man smiles slyly. Please, sir, try, he whispers, his hushed voice the sound of dry leaves blown over a roughly cobbled street. Thou shalt find it more than lives up to thy expectations, I am sure. You nod at him and lift the crystal goblet into the air, watching the light play through the crimson liquor. You'd come a long way for this drink, searched long and hard for this old man, and you'd be damned to let anything rush you now. The moment was to be savored. You raise the glass to your lips, inhaling the stuff's aroma. The bouquet is light, sweet, intoxicating, almost dizzyingly so. You've tried countless drinks, written tomes about them, their flavors and smells, means of manufacture, in your journeys across the plains, but this stuff was supposed to be legendary. No living man you'd found or heard of had tried the stuff. The stories were ridiculous. Nothing could taste quite so good. But if there were the slightest bit of truth to them, this would be some fine liquor indeed. At last, you drink of the goblet, a cautious sip. Incredible, indescribable, as the flavor washes over your palate. You fight the urge to shudder with delight. Nothing you have tried in all your long years has tasted quite like this. You look up at the old man, startled to find your glass empty. You had drained it all in a single draught. You wiped your eyes with the back of your hand, not entirely sure when you had begun to cry. Tears of joy, eh? The old man laughed softly. Quite pleasing to the tongue, is it not? Would thou like some more, perchance? He smiles at you once more. Yes, yes, if I might. Surely, he replies, refilling your glass. Try as you might, you cannot resist downing it in a single gulp. You thrust your finger into the goblet in an attempt to find some last hidden drop in the stuff. Several times more does he fill the goblet, and each time you gulp the stuff down as a starving man would devour a feast, unable to control yourself. You deny yourself another exquisite taste of it. He chuckles softly once more. A drink such as this, a man would do anything for it, no? You nod without hesitation. Yes, a man would. Looking at him, his sly smile suddenly takes on a whole new meaning. A sense of horror begins to creep over you, even as you begin to yearn painfully more for the blood-red liquor. Yes, yes, the old man grins, his yellow eyes gleaming. A man would do anything, in the thrall of such a drink, even the most terrible, the most heinous of deeds. And thou shalt see my newest servant. XP? Extravagant. Indescribable frustration. Wait, what? Reddish orange in color. What, wasn't that the one we did first? Are both in this one? You can see it now, the crown of Hathon, gleaming upon a marble pedestal. No more than 20 strides away it is. With it you could wrest control of the armies of Aethanopolis away from your treacherous brother and restore your father's kingdom. A fool, your wretched brother was. You smiled grimly at the thought. To leave the king's only daughter alive, thinking she could do him no harm. A sound. The creak of leather sandals. The softest hiss. Over there, by that third pillar. She was close now. Olafi the Medusa. Jealously guarding the crown her servants had stolen for her so long ago. Crouching behind a wide pillar, you wrap your hand tightly around your trusted, thrice-blessed javelin. With your helm of swiftness and the 100-mirrored shield, even a beast such as Olafi would be no match for you. Any moment now she would round the pillar and meet the sight of you. Even if she turned away from the shield, her javelin would surely find her throat. Suddenly there is a gentle touch on your shoulder. You gasp, spinning around to face, of course, the Medusa. Accepting the inevitable, you only have time to lose a piercing cry of frustration before your lungs, and every other part of you solidifies in cold grey stone. I'm not sure if these are supposed to be me. A vastly important secret. This violet stone is the one that the clerk directed you towards. Within it lies the experience a vastly important secret. 6 imperial servants rush ahead of you, swinging the golden doors of the Dragon Palace wide. Long live the Empress, they cry in unison. 1,000 years, long live the Empress, 1,000 years. Beyond the threshold, dozens of loyal warlords, kings in their own right, drop to their knees, touching their heads to the floor in deference as you pass them en route to the Grand Imperial Throne. As you turn and face your minions, seating yourself upon the Imperial Throne, you allow a small, satisfied smile to creep across your carefully painted lips. There is but one thought in the forefront of your mind. That the body of the young Empress, Wu Tsun Sha, lies broken at the bottom of the Well of Solitude, and that you, Bai Hua, a horse merchant's daughter, are at last poised to shake the empire and the corrupt Wu dynasty to the very foundation. How is that relevant to us? I guess it's not. But it's XP. This is the last one. Lycanthropy will do. Wonderful. One room counterclockwise. Rest. This bluish-purple stone is the one that the clerk directed you towards. Within it lies the experience Lycanthropy. Suddenly aware that the hour has almost come, you leap from your bed and run flying from your cottage into the surrounding woods. Stumbling in the dark, you come to a small moonlit clearing, the one you had found last week and decided to use tonight. You hastily strip off your clothes, sit in the long grass and wait. You close your eyes, listening to the steady chirp of crickets, throaty croaking of bullfrogs in the nearby creek, the rustle of the grass as the wind caresses it. What would someone think, seeing this through your eyes, experiencing this moment? What was next to come? Soon you would travel to the city, find a cleric to rid you of the curse. But for now, may as well make the best of things. You rub your hands together with anticipation, grinning like a bearded, fire-haired giant of a madman, sitting naked and alone in a forest clearing in the dead of night. A prickling sensation runs across your skin, and your senses sharpen dramatically. You breathe in through your nose, feeling the scent of everything around you. The damp earth, the sweat on your cast-off clothes, the opossum clinging fearfully to the tree behind you. You open your eyes and look down at your forearms. The faint moonlight reveals the slightest quivering across their surface, but in moments the flesh begins to ripple impossibly, tufts of thick brown furs sprouting forth, with a grisly crackling sound. Like popping joints and grinding bones, your back and shoulders begin to hunch and broaden, uncomfortable but not quite painful. Your muscles, your entire body mass, doubles, triples in size and continues to grow. Still fascinated by the transformation yourself, you watch as your fingers wither away to nothing, hands swelling into meaty paws, from which burst fur and massive black claws. The night seems to become brighter as your eyes transform, become accustomed to the darkness. A wide muzzle comes into view, and you touch your wet, snuffling nose delicately, chuckling to yourself. Next time you think you'll have to stare into a mirror or pond as the curse takes effect. Watch your face warp and change, losing its familiar shape to become a bear's. Oh, it's a werebear. Soon it becomes difficult to concentrate upon anything but your more basic urges. Food would be good right now. Yes, food. Perhaps you'll get lucky and find a nice fat catfish in the creek. You rise off your massive haunches with a huff and begin to amble through the trees on all fours, heading for the water's edge. How's that relevant to me? Let's not do this common ones. Completely out of money anyway. And I need the money.
All right.
Fine. I'm the man you've been looking for. I will give you 1,000 copper commons for your permission to kill you. Are you open to discussion on the matter? Sure, why not? After a short discussion, it comes down to the following terms. Jolmi will pay you 2,000 copper commons. In return, will allow her to drive her dagger into your heart. She will wait for you to awaken, at which point she will give you the coin. You agree to this then? Yes, let's do it. The affair is over in moments. She's already cleaned her blade and put it away by the time you've recovered. After picking yourself off the festival floor, Jolmi hands you several rolls of copper coins while you rub your aching chest. Somewhat disappointing, I must admit. Ah, well. Coin well spent, nonetheless. Farewell.
Updated my journal.
Farewell. Alright.
I'm gone.
Now we have the dosh we need. And go buy the chocolate.
I'm gone.
Yes, I am here to buy something. Exotic items. Look to the front of the store. Chocolate quasit. Only 199 coppers. I'll take it. Yes, Vrishka purse, a wise choice. The copper you pour into her hand seems to disappear the moment it touches her palm. She hands you the item. Please enjoy your newest acquisition. Yevra's ring. 349 copper commons. Metallic cube figurine. You examine a small metal replica of a cube-like creature with huge eyes on its faces. The toy has 2 legs, arms, 2 folding wings, and at least 18 points of articulation. Richika smiles as you pick it up. A collector's item, perhaps, or a piece of artwork. Who knows? But I like it. If you do buy it, ask around. Someone might know more about it than I. You can have it for only 1,500 copper coins. I'll take it. The monster jar. Only 123 copper. I'll take it. Look at your exotic items. Front. Codex of the Inconceivable. $1,000 commons. Yevra's ring. Take it. Special +1 to armor class. Merc invokes Black Sphere. It is 400. Corpsefly's charm. And fire resistance, 10 fire resistance. Sell that. Bone charm, let's sell that. Scroll of Force missiles, sell. That's 2k. Exotic items, look to the front. Codex of the Inconceivable. Take it. Look at your exotic items, back of the store, middle of the store, front of the store, baby oil. We've bought everything. Plus 25% resistance to all normal attacks. Okay. No, there's nothing I want. Also, it got dropped on the floor. This is a heavy, plain-looking metallic jug with a hinged stopper. Despite its common appearance, you feel reluctant to touch the thing as it might bite you. You've been told there's some sort of monster trapped inside of it, but peering into the jug's mouth reveals nothing but inky blackness. Codex of the Inconceivable. What you had first taken to be a rather unassuming book held closed by a tiny brass lock is, in actuality, bound in strange leathers and enchanted bronze. It is labeled simply the Codex of the Inconceivable. Open it and read. You unlock the book's bindings and open it. As you glance over the tome's contents, your jaw drops. You stand, spellbound, flipping through its pages. Its contents are simply too much to be described. Mere words seem powerless to explain the wonders it holds. What was it, Chief? I don't know what to say, Mort. What? You gotta be kidding me, right? Come on, let me see it. Show him the codex. Mort floats over your shoulder to examine the codex's content. His eyes nearly pop from their sockets as they scan the pages. But wow. You stand thoughtfully at it for a moment, looking down at the codex before closing it, and reverently putting the tome away. What was that? Got a little bit of XP, I guess. We have a monster jug,
I'm gone.
but it does nothing. Okay, that's cool. This small metal toy is a replica of a cube-like creature with huge eyes on one of its faces. The toy has 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 folding wings, and at least 18 points of articulation. Maybe it's a collector's item. Move the arms and make sword-fighting noise. The toy clicks and whirs as you move its clockwork joints. Within moments, the tiny cube has vanquished every imaginary opponent you have sent against it, and settled back to its normal position. Wave its arms and make cheering noises. Hordes of imaginary creatures cheer the cube's victory. You can almost see a tiny oil tear brimming on one of its eyes. It is a hero, the greatest cube ever to roam the plains, and everyone loves it. Put the cube away for future battles against the multiverse. Mort stares at you and shakes his head. What's that, Cube Hero? Mort's a stupid skull? Why, yes, he is, isn't he, Cube Hero? Hey, I didn't say that. Hey, it didn't say that. Yes, it did. It said it just now. Well, give me that thing. No, it's mine. He only wants to hang out with me anyway. Don't you, Cube Hero? Yes, you do. I just want to hold it for a second. Don't have any hands. I'll hold it in my teeth. No, I think I'll just put it away for now.
Smash that Modron cube to bits.
Did you hear anything, Cube Hero? Neither did I.
Done.
So let's head into here. See what ancient epic swear words this guy wants to throw at us. I would prefer not being cursed, though. Touch the painting. Apply the Gorgon Solve to the statue. You smear the foul-smelling ointment over the statue. There is a strange shimmering around the statue, and watch as the statue takes an intake of breath. The eyes of Gangroegidon, filled with a blazing, vengeful madness. Greetings! Before you can do a thing, A blazing torrent of words flies from the sorcerer's lips. As he speaks, you feel an agonizing sensation, like a sudden wave of raging heat, pour over you, and settle into your skin like a blistering wound. Blindness strikes you as your eyes burst, running from their sockets like shattered eggs. You hear someone screaming and realize it's you. Wait for the horror to end. The last thing you hear, even over your own cries, is Mort shouting.
Taunts, all right.
By the lady's bladed teats, what a... Everything suddenly falls silent, as the last of your senses flicker and fade away to nothingness. Die horribly, a victim of Angro Egodon's
So
awful
again it has
curse.
come to pass.
He just disappeared?
Ooh, thought we lost you for good this time, Chief.
Done.
Mort, like Latin. For death.
But yeah, I don't really understand
All right.
what happens when he says new taunts. Like, is that just higher DC?
I'm gone.
It seems like it.
All right.
Alright, let's see if we can go and find my thingy here.
Done.
Hello, Advocate. See Ianis. It turns as you enter and fixes you with a tired gaze. There are dark sacs beneath his eyes, and he looks as if he has not been sleeping. Greetings, Ianis. You again. Ianis frowns slightly as he stares at you. What is it that you want this time? I have some questions for you. Very well, what is it I can help you with? Yanis, there is a sensory stone in the sensorium that contains a fragment of your daughter's experiences. His eyes blaze with hope. There is? But in which one? You must tell me. It is one of the sensate sensory stones. If not a sensate, you could not gain access. He thinks for a moment. I must find a way. Perhaps they would make an exception for her father. They might. Now, in the sensory stone, she left a legacy number for me. Ah! Yanis nods. It seems you spoke true. My daughter was known to you then. Sighs. Hold a moment. I will see what was left for you.
Updated my journal.
All the articles are accounted for. Yanis is holding 3 scrolls in his hands. I had no idea she had established a legacy here. He is staring at the items, almost hypnotized. Here you are. If I may I read them, sir? Let me read them first, then I shall decide. Of course. Yanis seems broken, but please, I beg you. I have very little left to remember my daughter by. I shall not forget. I will return after I have read them. I understand. Farewell. Daenara's ring. This ivory ring was part of Daenara's legacy. It radiates a slight glow, and though it is cold to the touch, the chill is strangely comforting. The ivory band stretches to fit the width of any finger. Among the many secrets of the Society of Sensation is the ability to shape a peculiar stone from Elysium, dubbed Soul Stone. While this stone is not as powerful as the sensory stones, the soul stone is said to carry an imprint of the Shaper's feeling. These rings are often used in sensate marriage ceremonies. Each ring is inscribed with the feelings of the other. This ring was obviously intended for you. When wearing Dianara's ring, you gain added protection from all attacks, additional protection from any piercing attack. Presumably, the ring's purpose is to shield the heart from shock and trauma, and this extends to any physical pain the wearer suffers as well. Don't actually need to hold the negative token right now. See is better. This tissue-thin vellum scroll was part of Daenara's legacy. The scroll is neatly rolled up and wrapped with a red ribbon. When the ribbon is opened, the healing magic contained within the scroll is released. The scroll will heal even the most critical of wounds. It disintegrates into powder when used. My love, if you are reading this, then the tragedy I have seen has come to pass. I have died, and you have remained to suffer the loss. Know this, my love. I know why you were forced to shield your feelings from me. You sought to protect me from the terrible burden you carry with you. The distance you kept between us was your way of protecting me, and the brief moments we were alone, you let your feelings be known. That was when I knew you cared for me. Carry no regrets with you. Carry no guilt. For I came with you on your haunted journey of my own accord, and no matter how death came for me, I know that you did everything in your power to save me. Our lives are intertwined, my love, and death shall not be a wall between us. For my sight has seen what is to come, only in staccato segments, but it is enough for me to know that we will be separated for a time, but we shall be reconciled again. Thus do not see my death as a farewell, but only as an interval before we meet again. Carry my ring with you and these other pieces of me, and think of me. Keep me in your mind and your heart. That will be the beacon that brings us together. We gained 4 items. What? Am I stupid? Wedding ring, Daenara's legacy, healing scroll. Maybe she gave me like a heart charm. It might have been heart charm or something. Okay, nothing happened.
Done.
Cool.
Done. I'm
But
gone.
we're never getting any nearer to this River Styx thing.
All right. I'm gone.
Greetings, Yanis. No, not today.
All right.
I wonder, what is it you need to do? Diligence. What kind of name is that? This older, stern-looking woman is clearly on her way somewhere. When she notices your approach, she studies you with a disapproving, tight-lipped frown. Greetings. The woman nods curtly, speaking in a tone cold as ice. Yes, what is it? And watch your words, for I am Diligence, 4th magistrate of the ward. Something troubling about my appearance. I should most certainly think so. Should the Apparel Regulation Act be passed, people of your sort won't be permitted to traipse about in such a manner, half-naked and filthy as you are. You're quick to judge one by their appearance, aren't you? You would tell me, then, that you are not a wanderer meandering about the city asking questions of all those you come across, engaging in more than the occasional combat to the death with those who cross you. Well... The faintest hint of sneer appears on her lip. I am quick to judge, sir, because I am a magistrate by trade. I will waste no more time with you. Could you say another word, or so much as approach me again, I shall call the guard. Now, away with you. Matter of course. This giant of a man wears an equally immense suit of ornate red armor. He regards you cautiously, but without fear as you approach him. Greetings! A booming voice echoes from within his great helm. Greetings, citizen. I am Matter of Course, bodyguard to Diligence, 4th magistrate of the ward. You must excuse me, for my duties lie at her side. Farewell. Well.
Done.
Let's see. I don't know if we know where he got his corpses. I think we do. In that case, we might have a quest
All
here.
right.
Emmerich. We never found out where he got his corpses.
Aye. What is it you want then?
Tell me a little bit about Farad. He's a way of squeezing more out of copper than most, and he's never was a lack for drink. Was he searching for that bronze sphere all that time? I suppose. Anna shrugs again. I don't know why he was all afire to get it. I don't. I could smell it as soon as you brought it to him. She wrinkles her nose. Foul custard smell it had. Still, it must have been something right valuable for him to carry on about it like... Almost a half score of collectors got penned in the dead book trying to fetch it. Can you tell me anything else about him? He sure didn't show much wealth when I visited him. He must be squeezing copper tighter than you think. Nay, he doesn't show it, but he's a pack rat. Valuables hidden away. Already talked about this. Have you heard of a night tag called Ravel Puzzlewell? At the mention of the name, Anna spits 3 times and makes a semicircle over her heart. Hist, are you daft? Don't be mentioning her name if you value your life. Why? She's the evilest of the Grey Ladies, she is. Anna's voice drops to almost a whisper, as if afraid to be overheard. Filthy mean, and with more power to toss around than some powers. It is said she's all a brambles, though and though. She's all a brambles through and through. Even her heart. It's said you can never kill her. 'Cause her body's like a tree. You lop off one limb and there's always another still growing somewhere else across the plains. You speak as if she's still alive. Of course she is. She has to be. Anna's voice drops again. How would you kill a thing such as her? That's why the lady has to mace her, so it said. I see. Let's move on. Wait, Norosh.
All right.
Did he want me to go here or something?
Done. Done.
Or is that the one we came out of? Do you want me to go up here somewhere? You see a dustman with a crooked smile frozen on his face. Despite the smile, his eyes are dull as stones. His right arm is shorter than the left, and he keeps it tucked to his side, as if cradling a small child. Greetings. The dustman's eyes slide over you. Name. The way he speaks the word, it sounds like the tolling of a bell. I don't know. No name, can't help you. The dustman speaks in a curious sing-song voice. You need to give a name if you want to see where it's died.
Updated my
What?
journal.
Given a name when you're born, give it back when you need it no more. Death of names, death of names. His eyes swim across the monolith. Then the walls of the area. Buried many names here. Death of names has. Tell me a name, I'll show its grave. I don't know. Try Adon. He shakes his head. Not dead yet. That name is not buried here. Not time, not time. Let me try another name. Leonara. His eyes roll to the back of his head, then pop back. With a wild gleam, his eyes run across the walls of the monument, scanning the names at inhuman speed. He then points at a section of the wall. Buried. Examine the spot he is pointing at. Chiseled into the black stone, in tiny cramped writing, is the name you requested. It is almost lost beneath a sea of names around. I had another name. Doll. I'd like to bury your name. Who the fuck is Quentin? Oh, that's him. Oh! The spectral figure materializes from the gloom of the passageway ahead, quickly moves to block your path. It floats before you, its once human features twisted in a mask of rage. Defilers! Leave this place at once. Greetings. Leave now! Its booming voice echoes down the halls. This place is forbidden to the living. Leave while you still can. I go where I please. Stand aside, spirit. Impudence! The sheer volume of the spirit's roar forces you to cover your ears. You have been warned. I cannot permit this sacred resting place to be disturbed any further. Any further? Has someone else been here? If you must know, yes, there is another intruder who even now continues to violate the sanctity of these hallowed halls. The anger in the spirit's voice fades. He seems somewhat saddened by the admission. The souls of my brothers and sisters cry out for peace. Who is this other intruder? He is an evil coward who wields great power over the dead. He seeks something within these halls. What it may be or what his purpose is in seeking it, I cannot say. Why don't you drive this intruder away? I cannot. The coward has sealed himself within the inner chamber of the mausoleum. He has erected powerful wards that bar my entrance into the chamber. It is from there that he calls upon his dark arts to awaken my brethren and bends them to his evil will. Sounds to me like you need help of one intruder to get rid of another. The spirit remains silent for several long moments. You can almost feel the weight of his lifeless gaze upon you. Yes, you might prevail where I have failed. If you will pledge to rid me of this blackguard, I shall grant you passage. What say you? I'll do it.
Dated my journal.
So be it. The spirit slowly begins to fade, until only the echoing of its disembodied voice remains. But take heed. Tread lightly in these halls, lest you join the others in eternal rest.
Done.
Okay.
Done.
I don't want to tread lightly. I'm gonna run full speed. This is supposed to be like a level 1 place, though.
I shall serve.
Oh my god, pick up the claw charm.
I'm gone.
Good as done.
All right. I'm gone.
Damn it!
All right. Die.
Sure, why not?
Bandages. We're
Yes,
full.
my master.
I'm gone.
Giant skeleton. Come here, bitch.
Things true.
Bonk the shit out of you. Ah!
Jaw is hanging on by a thread. Would you give me a hand here?
Give me a hand here.
Die.
Why not?
Done.
It's up. Oh god,
You see that?
the octopus is driving me crazy here.
Yes, my master.
Done.
The flames. Yes, my master.
Done.
Yes, my master.
I'm gone.
Oh, there, big guy. Hey, Biblio. Yeah, I've never really had Ignis before. That's... I've never gotten that far into the game, really. So I don't know. I just have some memory in the back of my head. Someone mentioning something about him. Not sure.
I'm gone.
Ignis here shall be done.
He hasn't really done much yet, except for yell at me.
Sure, why not?
But I asked too many questions. Oh, I'm back. I'm back here. Okay. It was still the same map. I mean, Mort is the most OP character. As long as you can taunt someone with Mort, the encounter is over. More or less. Been a little lost, but it's mostly lost on some side quests I'm doing. But I think I can also finish them. I didn't even know it was broken.
It shall be done.
I'm gone.
Inner chambers down there.
I'm gone.
See a mid-sized man in long robes of deep black. His hair is neatly coiffed, and an impeccably trimmed goatee complements his handsome features. Noticing your arrival, he puts down the book he was writing in and strides confidently over to you, smiling. Impressive! I must admit I never thought you would make it this far. I'm glad to have disappointed you. Are you the one responsible for all the Walking Dead? Who I am is of no consequence to you. What I want is the question that should concern you most. As he speaks, he looks you up and down, as if somehow fascinated by you. Very well, what do you want? He takes a step back and cocks an eyebrow. I want your blood. What a coincidence. I've come for your blood as well. Prepare to die. Is that some kind of threat? The man starts to answer, but stops himself abruptly. An evil smile spreads across his face, and he begins to laugh. Yes, I suppose it is. He continues to laugh even harder at his own private joke. You notice that his hands have begun to move at his sides. Slowly they flit back and forth, tracing intricate patterns in the air. Ow!
Flies wouldn't even rest on your cup.
Takes 12 slashing damage. Died.
Done.
I don't know what that was going on there. Bracelet. Magus Guard. Only usable by mages. Well, that doesn't help you much. Somehow your AC is OP. -1 AC. Yeah, his sword upgrades when you level up. Right now it's +2, 3 to 12 slashing, +2 armor class, memorizes additional spells, additional Paco.
Yes, my master.
It's pretty decent. This is like the first quest in the entire game. This leather-bound tome is cracked and worn with age. Some sort of crest has been burned into the cover. You can make out a series of interlocking triangles centered about the initials SR. The writing upon its pages has faded considerably, but the last few entries seem to have been penned recently. Day 2 of the 127th year of Fractal Hashgar's reign. At last I have found it. The missing page of the Aptarge grimoire is now in my possession. As I had guessed, the page detailed the necessary components for the casting of the final transformation spell. I have all but one of the components, a drop of an immortal's blood, all that stands between me and the eternal power of lichdom. But where can I find such a rarity? Perhaps I should seek the answers through divination. After days of taxing divination spells, I finally have my answer. The divination revealed the location of an immortal to be somewhere within the ancient mausoleum located in the hive section of Sigil. I must make haste. I must find this creature and draw its blood before it moves on. I have arrived at the mausoleum. Immediately I was set upon by a shade that guards the remains of those interred within this place. I managed to elude the spirit and found my way into what appears to have been some sort of inner sanctum, protected by some minor wards to prevent any further interruptions by that supernatural twit. I had set about raising some of the locals to conduct a search for the immortal. If the divination was accurate and the immortal is here, then likely it is interred within one of the many crypts that line these halls. It is only a matter of time now. Pretty cocky to try to attain lichdom at like level 1.
I'm gone.
As you step into the corridor, the guardian spirit materializes before you. Its ghostly countenance regards you benevolently. I thank you. You have done me a great service. The spirits of my charges sleep quietly once again. Go in peace, friend. The apparition fades away, leaving you alone in the deserted halls of the
Updated
mausoleum.
son.
2000 XP? Oh, sick. I was just down in the in Under Sigil or whatever. Killed some worms and they gave 8,000 XP each. Like 40 of them. The 2,000 XP, I don't know. Not that excited. But like I said, this is basically the first quest. Once you get outside the mortuary.
All right.
Now, you see a pale-faced dustman standing guard over the front gate. He's staring off across the city rooftops with a distant expression. As you approach, he turns to face you. Yes? I had some questions. He nods and waits. I'd like to enter the mortuary. What is your purpose within the mortuary? I am here to pay my respects to Deonara, the woman in the Northwest Memorial Hall. He nods. Very well. Follow me. You see a stern-looking man in black robes. He's glaring at you suspiciously. You! State your business! Are they bugged? I seem to have gotten turned around in these halls. Are there any guides around who can direct visitors? The dustman frowns. He seems skeptical. There are guides that can direct you in the antechamber. Do not wander the mortuary unescorted. I thank you for your assistance. I will go speak to the guide. Yo, state your business. Need to have gotten turned around in these halls. Let's go speak to the guide.
I'm gone.
My love, you have returned to me. Can it be that your memories have returned?
Once again, Dayanara materializes. This time, her face is filled with desperation, and her arms are outstretched as if she's reaching for something. As she fades in, the desperation in her face changes to relief. I had some questions for you. What was that vision you spoke of before?
I see, my love, unfettered by the shackles of time. You shall meet enemies 3, but none more dangerous than yourself in your full glory. They are shades of evil, of good, and of neutrality, given life and twisted by the laws of the planes. You shall come to a prison built of regrets and sorrow, where the shadows themselves have gone mad. There you will be asked to make a terrible sacrifice, my love. For the matter to be laid to rest, you must destroy that which keeps you alive, and be immortal no longer.
Destroy what keeps me alive?
I know that you must die while you still can. The circle must come to a close, my love. You were not meant for this life. You must find that which was taken from you and travel beyond, into the lands of the dead.
While I still can? Oh my god. We already talked about this. Who are you? I think I feel the stirrings of memory. Tell me more. Perhaps your words shall chase the shadows from my mind, Dayanara. Oh, at last the fates show mercy. Even death cannot chase me from your mind, my love. Do you not see? Your memories shall return. Tell me how I can help you, and I shall. Do you know who I am? Blessed and cursed. Oh my god. What else can you tell me about myself? What am I? Claim to know me, yet you seem to know very little of me that is of substance. Alright, I had some other questions.
I shall wait for you in death's halls, my love.
Okay. Well, that's not exactly what I was looking for, but... Or, I suppose. Secret way out. Oh, zombie worker. Doing anything later? Farewell then. You there, hold! Anything interesting going on? Are you lost? Yes. I would summon a guard to direct you out. Hold a moment. Wait. Dustman takes a step back, then claps his hands together sharply 3 times. In response, a great iron bell starts tolling throughout the mortuary. Alright then. Wait, what? That made no sense! I thought he was gonna get me escorted out. I'm not gonna fight you guys. Oh yeah, this was useless.
Done.
I think it's here. Apparently I forgot to do this. Like, I did this in the beginning. But then I had to load. You see Iveen. She is still dissecting the corpse's chest with her talons. The rhythm of the talons reminds you of something, but you can't quite recall what. Tap her, get her attention. She turns, sees you, then frowns. Dumb zombies! She clacks her taloned fingers together impatiently, then makes a stitching motion with her fingers. Go find thread and embalming fluid. Bring here to Iveen. Go, go, go! Give her thread and embalming fluid. Without missing a beat, Iveen snaps the thread from your hands and hooks it around one of her talons, then begins sewing up the corpse's chest. She then takes the embalming fluid and begins to apply a layer to the corpse. Wait. Within minutes, she is finished. She clicks her talons, then turns to face you. To your surprise, she extends her hand and drags her talon along your arms and chest. Keep playing zombie. Not that I'm not flattered, but keep playing zombie. Looks like you have a new friend, Chief. You need some time together, or? Keep playing zombie. As she traces your arms and chest, you suddenly notice she seems to be examining your scars. She withdraws her talons, clicks them twice, then bends forward and examines some of the tattoos on your chest. Who write on you? Ivers do that? No respect for zombies. Zombies not paintings. She sniffs, then pokes one of your scars. This one bad shape. Many scars. No preserves. Wait. Her talons suddenly hook into the thread you brought her, and lightning-like she jabs another talon into the skin near one of your scars. It feels barely more than a pinprick, but it looks like she's about to start stitching you up. Let her work.
Updated my journal.
Max hit point +1! The sensation is curiously painless as Iveen begins to stitch up your scars. When she is done, she sniffs you, frowns, then stabs her fingers into the embalming fluid. Within minutes, she has dabbed your body with the fluid, and strangely enough, it makes you feel better. Let her work. This may be the second time in my life I'm thankful I don't have a nose. Iveen puts the last touches on your body, gives you another sniff, nods, then makes the shoeing motion with her talons. Done. Go, go! Okie doke. There is a corpse that we haven't found. But I'm thinking he's probably upstairs. I think there's a reprogramming station upstairs.
Done.
What's up? Okay.
I think Mort can scout. You there! Hold! Okay, no, he can't.
Done.
It was just that it didn't matter if Mort was seen when we were a zombie earlier. Here we go. This is what I want. Corpse's meaty head was clearly severed at some point and hastily sewn back on. Several different sets of stitching, all in various states of unraveling, seem to indicate that the head is constantly being knocked back off and reattached during the course of its work. A number, 79, has been cut into its temple, circumscribed by a fanged circle that appears to have been branded on its forehead. Examine the fanged circle. The fanged circle looks like it was branded on the corpse's forehead long ago, presumably before it died. It might be a religious icon of some sort or a rite of passage. You notice that one of the recesses between the inner fangs has a small triangle within it, as if it has some special significance. Oh shit! It was actually... I wonder if the space between the fangs match the grooves on this copper earring I have.
Updated my journal.
Corpse makes no reply. It looks like he's too far gone to answer any of your questions. Where is it? Just finished my final shift. That was a short shift. Congratulations. This copper earring looks extremely old. It looks like it was meant to be worn, but there doesn't seem to be a hook or any means of actually attaching it to your ear. There is a series of strange grooves on the inside of the earring, however. Insert your fingernail into the notch that matches where the triangle was pointing in the fanged circle you saw on Zombie 79's forehead. You hook your fingernail into the third groove from the top and press it inwards. As you do, there is a click, and the top of the earring snaps open. Not only can you wear the earring now, it also looks like there's a secret compartment inside the earring. Shake the earring, see if anything comes out. You shake the earring, but nothing comes out. Whatever was hidden in the earring is gone now. Discovering the latch to the earring will now allow you to wear it. In addition, a secret compartment may make the earring more valuable to a merchant. Just went in to say goodbye. Did you buy everyone a cake? Did you buy them a cake? Hope you bought them a cake. It's only right. Worth more. Well, that was useless. I thought this was the one that we were using, but no, it was the other earring. No, although my manager brought me my favorite coffee. Oh, that's nice. This looks to be the corpse of a well-aged, even ancient woman. Aside from the embalming fluid stink, the stitches sealing her mouth and the number 679 stitched into her right cheek. It's likely she looks only slightly different now than she did in her final years. So, doing anything later? Very well then. The animated skeleton smells horrible, as if it had only been freshly stripped and prepared. His jaw and major joints are tightly bound with leather straps, and a rough smock has been thrown over it. Number 12221 has been chiseled into its forehead. Pardon me, have you seen any skeletons walking around here? Great talking to you, Bones. Stay healthy. Wonder if this greybeard wouldn't mind if I borrowed his body. I don't think he's in any position to object. Mort studies the skeleton for a moment, then shakes his head. I need a fresher one than this, and something with a little more dignity. This one's all creaky and fractured. And you're not? Oh, you're a sack full of laughs, Mort glares at you. Besides, you're one to talk, Burke. Mirrors beg for mercy when you're around. Let's go. Well, that was not the correct zombie. Makes me sad. There are dustmen all over the fucking place.
I'm gone.
The numbers 613 are cut deeply into this plodding corpse's forehead, but an inch of shredded leathery skin separates the 1 and the 3. Looking closely, you can barely make out a 2 carved there. Oh, seen anything interesting going on? Nothing? Leave the corpse alone.
Done.
Number 42! You there! Hold! No, shut the fuck up. Whoa! That guy was close. I'm sure it'll be fine. The number 116, blah 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 blah.
Done.
The corpse in peace. Oh, he didn't feel like chasing after me. The skeleton has either seen a great deal of combat or has fallen down one too many staircases. Both its arms and legs have been broken and rebuilt with the aid of leather straps and thin iron rods. The front of its skull bears the number 863, but the back of the skull has caved in, forming an empty cavity. You notice that someone has taken advantage of this and tucked a rolled up piece of parchment inside the skull. Take the parchment out of the scroll. Skeleton skull. You slip the parchment out of the worker's skull. Oddly enough, it looks as if the skull cavity is intended to store messages. A tiny string is attached to the parchment from a hook bolted inside the skull, as if to keep the parchment from accidentally falling out. Unhook the string, take the parchment. You unhook the string, and glance over the parchment. It looks to be like a reminder from one of the mortuary custodians. Judging from the note, this skeleton seems to be a walking messenger of sorts. As you take a second glance at the skeleton, you realize it has stopped in front of the slab, because it can't figure out how to move past it. Examine the skeleton again. Examine the skeleton carefully. Someone has taken care to bind the bones of this skeleton with leather straps, woven around the body in such a pattern that they resemble muscles and tendons. The straps are secured to metal bolts punched into the skeleton's joints. The skeleton looks like it has seen a great deal of service. Many of its bones are chipped and numerous fractures are bound with sealant and foul-smelling glue. Try and pry out the skeleton's joint bones. Whoa, Chief, that's vandalism. Those bolts are probably the only thing holding the bag of bones together. Necromancy only goes so far with these old fellas, you know? Oh, I didn't want to cause any permanent damage. Oh, it's not a problem. Mort does a strange bobbing motion that you think might be a shrug. Just wasn't sure if you knew that or not. By all means, go ahead. Try and pry out the skeleton's joint bolts. Using your pry bar, you rip the bolts from the skeleton's joints. The skeleton collapses, some of its bones still twitching. Sorry about that,
Couldn't carry
bones.
anymore, so I had to drop it.
Don't drop my negative token. Are you crazy? We should move some of these. These skeletons seem worthless as workers? Yes. But they are only doing seemingly super basic stuff. Why do I need leather straps? Mortuary reminder message. This rolled up piece of parchment appears to be some sort of message the skeleton in the mortuary was supposed to deliver. This is the third and last request for the pry bar. It has been misplaced. Tell me I shall go to the hive market and purchase another. I have no objection to maintaining the contracted workers, but I have been trying to repair the skeletons. The bolts are wedged in so tight I can't get them out. Also, some of the locks on the storage cabinets on the third floor have become stuck again, due to the heat, and I need the pry bar to snap them open as well. If the pry bar is indeed lost, I will see about procuring the services of a locksmith and having the cabinet locks replaced. Your aid in this matter would be appreciated. An unreadable signature has been scrawled beneath the message. Rest in peace, my dude. No! No more dustmen! Go away, dustmen! No! Leave me alone! Okay, good. He leaves me alone. You there! Hold! Nuh-uh, bitch.
I shall serve.
I'm gone.
Yeah, this is where you wake up. And yeah, I am definitely trespassing. Seen anything interesting going on? Doing anything later? I was just trying to... Like, we got some stuff regarding Dayanara, which is a spirit you can talk to here, who is supposed to be like your ex-girlfriend.
All right.
And she wants to vow that you come back and like save her from... I don't know how you save someone from being a spirit, but...
Ignis hears you.
I figured we might talk to her, but that did nothing.
Yes, my master.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Where the fuck is number 42? I've talked to every zombie. 891? It has to be downstairs. I can't imagine anything else.
All right.
His doddering corpse has had his eyes sewn shut as well as his mouth, and the number 732 is carved into its brow. The threadwork that keeps its ocular cavities looks extremely old. Wonder if the eyes were sewn shut before or after the man's death. You notice he is carrying a huge tome in his hands, as if it's taking it somewhere. Take the tome from its hands carefully. You carefully take the tome from the corpse's hands. It doesn't seem to notice. The tome appears to be a book of enchantments and wards. It is filled with diagrams and charts detailing various aspects of the necromantic arts. The book itself is extremely heavy. As awkward as the zombie is, it must be extremely strong. Examine the corpse again. Sorry about taking that book from you, it just looked too interesting to pass up. The corpse continues to stare at you. His worn leather-bound tome lists diagrams and charts detailing several minor wards and enchantments. There are numerous drawings of skeletons, bones, and the manner by which they may be preserved over time. Of particular interest is the section regarding guardians. Apparently the dustmen animate corpses of fallen giants to serve as guardians of the mortuary. To make them even deadlier, armoring enchantments are woven into their breastplate to help shield them from attacks. The book is much too complex for you to absorb all at once. It looks as if you could refer to certain sections when the need arises. Oh, okay.
All right.
Endure. In enduring,
So when do you start
grow
moving?
strong.
Done.
Didn't I talk to you already? Seen anything interesting going on? Nope. Okay. Over here, though, there are only giant skeleton mans. Yeah. Yep, nothing here. You there! Hold! Seen anything interesting going on? Leave the corpse in peace. Run past, run past, run past. 117 and 114. They're not very good guards, are they? You just run past them. Second floor. Second floor.
Done.
What triggers me the most is that I feel like it might just be one of these guys that I missed. There are a lot of zombies here. And I might just have missed clicking on one. I found it and don't remember it, or just not here, or... The left side of this woman's face looks as if it was caved in with a club, and her flesh sags in bruised, swollen clumps over her ruined skull. The number 626 has been stitched onto the corpse's right cheek, just below the eye. Nasty wound you got there. The corpse continues to stare at you with its one good eye. The rule of 3, la 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 la. Who gives her commands? Blah, 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 blah. 965. Why are you walking in a triangle? No answer. Okay. Mind if I borrow those bandages? Oh, I don't want your bandages. 1201. There's Dahl again. Dahl glances up as you approach. So, you have returned. Dahl takes a rasping breath, then breaks into a violent coughing spell. After a moment it subsides and he returns to his raspy breathing. Greetings again, restless one. Did you know there's someone disguised as a zombie in the eastern chambers? Dahl stares at you. Are you certain? Yes, it's a good
Updated
disguise.
my journal.
Dahl breaks into another fit of coughing. After a minute or two, he catches his breath, enough to speak. I shall inform the guards at once. Thank you. I had some other questions. Know who I am. Others who journeyed with me. Claims to know me, but I can't recall her. She spoke to you? Dahl's voice drops to a whisper. Are the fevers upon you, restless one? She has reached the true death and passed well beyond your reach. She spoke to me, Dahl. Her spirit resides here. Dahl draws a semicircle in the air in front of him, with a finger. This is an ill omen, restless one. I pray you dreamed this conversation, yet I fear you did not. Perhaps I imagined it. I had some other questions. Who I am. Oh. This place. Wounds.
Updated my journal.
You have forgotten much, have you not? Mayhap your true wounds run much deeper than the scars that decorate your surface. Dahl coughs again, but that is something that only you would know for certain. Blah, 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 blah. You sound ill. Are you certain? There might be some way I can help you. So be it. Blugga blugga blug. Hello? How about you? Nope. Five, 7. That one has 2 designations. Doesn't affect anything. Greetings. The zombie glances around to see if anyone is watching, then makes a shooing motion and hisses at you. Go away! Get! I had some questions. Can you tell me anything about Dayanara? Huh? Who's she? Forget it. Can you tell me anything about Suego? Died. He at mortuary front door. What you want him? What do you know
Updated
about
my
him?
journal.
Acts strange. Not dusty. Not anarchist. Eyes changed. Likes rats. Strange. Good thing he's the only strange one around here. Never mind. And I've checked the entire place now. Again. So either it's up here,
I'm gone.
or it's just bullshit. Examine the skeleton carefully. How about this skeleton, Mort? Will it do as a body? Nah, I need a fresher one than this. This skeleton seems particularly old, the leather straps binding it together cracked and worn. The word repent has been carefully engraved into its forehead with some amount of skill. A rougher hand later chiseled 996 onto both its temples. How about this skeleton, Mort? Nah. Alright, screw you. There's the zombie.
I'm gone.
You there, hold! Shut up. Not that one. Already talked to you. Not you. The skeleton turns to face you. 42 has been chiseled into its forehead, and a number of its bones, mostly the jaws and the joints, have been bound with leather straps. A black smock is draped over its body. I think this is the corpse I had a memory about. At the sound of your voice, the skeleton suddenly straightens up. It crosses its arms over its chest, and its fingers hook into its rib cage. Cross your arms over your chest. In response, the skeleton drops its arms to its sides. The leather cords securing the skeleton's torso snap, and the rib cage folds outwards like a pair of double doors. Reach into the rib cage, feel around. To your surprise, your hand vanishes as you reach inside the rib cage. You have a strange feeling, somewhere else. As you reach inside the rib cage, your hand bumps against an invisible object. It's about the size of a fist and seems to be attached to the skeleton's spine. Take the item out. As you pull the item out, the skeleton suddenly disintegrates, and the iron bolts securing its joints clatter to the floor. Whatever this item was, it seems to have been the only thing holding it together. Examine the item. It looks to be an unremarkable lump of iron. Can't imagine why someone would hide it inside the ribcage of a skeleton. Examine the piece of iron. As you place both your hands on the lump of iron to examine it, there's a hiss, and the metal evaporates, leaving behind a strange dagger, a handful of coins wrapped in dirty cloth, and 2 bloody teardrops. This looks like they were inside that lump of iron. Sick! Got some starter items.
Done.
Was worth it. You there, hold! Alright, we can leave now. Where are the others? Up there.
I'm gone. Done. Done.
Stairs down or right next door.
I'm gone.
What are you still doing here? Oh! Don't come close! I just wanted to talk to my girlfriend, but she didn't have anything to say. Even if the scroll told me that she would.
All right.
Alright. Find a way to erase Merriman's memory. This is the one that pisses me off. I can't think of anywhere. We might get something like that. Not certain where I would find some. He suggested water from the river Styx for the task, though I'm not certain where I would find some. I don't remember anything about... Maybe we have something here. We don't. I know you feel like you've been drinking a few kegs of Styx wash. Shilandra.
All right. All right.
Who are you? Surely you have heard of me, no? Where world are you from? How did you get here? We already talked to this guy. Sounds like quite an adventure. Blah blah blah. More chai. Nope. I want something to drink. I just don't think that it's here. Because if it was, I would have, like, I've talked to everyone. Yeah, we would have some journal entry. Take the little fiendling vermin away and we'll talk. Oh, they don't like Anna. Because she's a tiefling.
I'm gone.
I mean, there are random houses we haven't gone into, I think. Over here. The buried village. That's where Farad was, right? Yeah.
I'm gone.
I don't really know why Anna's still following us, to be honest.
I'm gone.
He's super dead. Duh, what happened? Who did this to you? Okay. Interesting, interesting. Barrett's crutch. Something about this crutch makes you wonder. Despite its fragile appearance, it has held up rather well. You even test it with your weight, and it holds you up without so much as creaking. Considering Farad's scavenging nature, the crutch may have had some value beyond its surface appearance for him. It might even be usable as a weapon. This, though, the bronze sphere. Got that back. Examine the sphere. No. Now, where is his secret door? It's either up here or it's downstairs. Just have to go around every nook and cranny here. As you approach the archway, it begins to shimmer faintly. You notice that Farad's crutch emits a similar glow. Touch the archway with the crutch. Oh! Getting somewhere.
All right.
But where are we getting?
I hear your words.
Well, you can just have that. And I can heal you guys. Once each. Orb. Missile. Oh. Why do I have pouches? What do the pouches do?
All right.
They're literally just like 1 gold sell items. Like. Cheese! These beams look centuries old and look hard as stone. Segmented earring. Finding all the hidden items with the OP show hidden thing button. That was it? Stinger Earring, +2 to armor class, +2 armor class versus piercing attacks. It's exactly what I already had. And I have no one who can use it. I mean, yes, she can use it. This is +5 open locks. That's also useless. But I don't really have any better earrings right now. Class I. You notice an enclosed space between the walkway, in shimmering softly. Once again, Farad's crutch glows as well. Crutch the crutch to the walkway. Oh, okay. Now that I was not expecting.
I'm gone.
Just takes you back. Lame. Oh well. Could probably talk to
What is
Anna.
it you want then?
Anna, do you know how Farad died? She shakes her head. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. How the fuck do you pronounce that? No one with a half a mind would. Farad got a long shadow, he does. You cross him, and you end up getting the stick. You will. You don't have to accompany me anymore, Anna. If you need to stay with the buried village, Nay. Anna interrupts you. I don't need to be in the village. And I was wondering what I'd do if Farad got penned in the dead book I was. She snorts. Oh well, he's probably mounting someone's wall in the hells, he is. But he's your father, don't... Not me real da, he wasn't. Her eyes take on a hard look. He was greedy, and he was stupid, and he was selfish, and he was weak. He frowns. And now, he's dead. And that's all. Let's move on then. What is she? She is... neutral. Don't have any evil characters yet. Just a bunch... We're just neutral, gang.
All right. I'm gone.
Hello, Quint. Let's trade. You got any Styx water in here? Nope. Bone dagger. I wonder if it's mad if I teach him ice dagger. Alright, we should buy blood charms. Unfortunately for like all our money. Usual.
All right.
Ojo Leatherhead. The fuck is Ojo Leatherhead?
I'm gone.
Hello, Ojo. You see a burly man with a slack jaw. The spark of intelligence is in his eyes. Little more than a brief flare. Who are you? He blinks at you. Point at him. Who are you? Ojo. Okay, Ojo. I had some questions for you. Ojo just stares. What are you doing? Ojo, talk. He stops abruptly and begins massaging his hands. Examine his hand. There is a small inflamed scab on his skin. As you watch, he peels the scab away again. What happened to your hand? Bit. Who beat you, Ojo? He looks at the wall and looks back at you. Man in wall. There's a man in the wall? He looks at the wall and then looks back at you. What does the man in the wall say? Tell us about Crying Stone Place. Tell stories. I tell stories too. Stories about what? He looks at the wall and falls silent. Alright then, tell me more about the man in the wall again. What does the man in the wall look like? Small, red eyes, hairy. Sounds like a rat. He nods. Alright, has some other question about the man in the wall. What wall is he at? He points at a wall. You notice a small hole in it. Upon closer examination, you see that the hole is ragged, as if it had been chewed out by a rat. Is the man in the wall a rat? He nods. Thanks, Ojo. Farewell. Well, don't seem to be able to talk to any rats.
All right.
The rats hate me anyway, so... Marta the seamstress. Like, is she just insane? Can you do anything with her?
Done.
I had some questions for you, Marta. Marta glances up as you speak. Did the one say questions, Marta? Marta blinks, then frowns. Aye, Marta, he said such, for he wears the asking look on him, he does. Who are you? Marta, did this one ask who I was? Aye, he did. He did. He starts humming. Nobody but mine I am, Marta. Marta the seamstress. Marta the seamstress. What are you doing? Turns to the corpse. Oh yeah, she's pulling out the teethies. And the stitchies. And the thingies.
Updated my journal.
Put them aside, Marta. That's what I does here. He scratches her head. Aye, Marta, we do. Stitchy thread and teethies are precious. Can be turned into jink. Strip the corpses we bring ya, they tell Marta. Pull out teethies, stitchies, thingies inside the corpse. Strip 'em cold, and then we sell 'em to the dusties. Sell the corpses to the dusties. Marta frowns. Did we not say we'd be selling them, Marta? Her frown deepens, and she shakes her head. Aye, Marta, we did. Dusties buy bodies, but we takes all we can. Who tells you to strip the corpses? Fat-faced gimme pig Quint. The other crutch hobble crutch Farrod. Ain't it that right, Marta? She gives a queer smile and nods. Aye, it is, Marta. What do they do with the things you dig out of the corpses? Sell for Chinese. Can you dig in my body to find anything? Marta squints at you. Then nods. Marta can do that. Can't you, Marta? Yes, you can. I am not going to watch this, Mort. Where? Marta is studying you as if looking for the best place to crack you open. Let's try the stomach, shall we? You lie upon the table, and Marta stands over you, a rusty knife at the ready. There is a stabbing pain as she slices into your abdomen and cuts brutally downwards in a saw-like motion, exposing your innards. Despite the pain, you watch in morbid fascination as she lifts up your stomach. Your vision slowly returns, to see Marta standing over you, shaking her head. Nothing found, eh, Marta? She shakes her head. No, nothing. Marta, no luck. Did we try again? How about my rib cage? You lie upon the table, and Marta stands over you, a chisel and mallet at the ready. There's a sharp crack as she splits your rib cage open, and you choke back your screams as she begins to fish in your lungs. As you try and gasp for air, you go numb and then black out from the pain. Fall into darkness. Your vision slowly returns to see Marta standing over you, shaking her head. Nothing found, eh, Marta? She shakes her head. No, nothing, Marta. No luck. Should we try again? Check the intestines. Anything could be lodged in there. You lie upon the table, and Marta stands over you, a rusty knife at the ready. There is a stabbing pain as she slices into your abdomen, then cuts brutally downwards in a saw-like motion, exposing your innards. Despite the pain, you watch in silent morbid fascination as she plunders your organs, humming to herself. Watch. Ah! There is a wrenching pain as Marta lifts up the ropey mass of your intestines, blood and other fluid streaming from it. Look at this, Marta! Look at this! I see, I see. Cut there, cut there. Marta makes a small, deft incision in the side of one of the intestines, and you hear a tung, as if something small and metallic strikes the floor.
Updated my journal.
Marta then dumps the soupy mass back into your torso, then reaches down, picks up the object. Ring, it appears, and she flicks it to you. Pretty pretty, eh, Marta? She nods. Yes, Marta. One shouldn't swallow such a thing. Oh no. Thanks. Was there anything else? Marta shakes her head. Nothing more, eh, Marta? Did we try someplace else, Marta? Crack open my skull, if you would. You lie upon the table, and the last thing you see is Marta standing over you, chisel and mallet at the ready. There is a sharp crack, a scream as everything goes black. All into
Updated my
darkness.
journal.
Your vision slowly returns to see Marta. No, nothing found. I have some other questions. Can I rest here? Marta nods. Marta home. Marta sleep here. You can sleep if you want, yes. I don't think Marta has a problem. Does you, Marta? She shakes her head. No, no. Marta, I doesn't if you doesn't. Very well. Rested for 8 hours. Shackles of Light invokes Chain Lightning Storm. Somehow someone or something has managed to transform the power of lightning and turn it into a solid form. These shackles contain all the power and fury of a lightning storm, and at one time could probably contain even the most powerful of creatures. Now, it looks as if the spells that bound the lightning are failing, as evident by the constant discharge of energy. Throwing the chains should be enough to release the energy contained in the chains.
I'm gone.
I had some questions, Marta. Can I rest here? Very well. Angleless Eye. I detect trap skills. Taco +1. No, we got our intestines as well. That's nice of her. Maybe that's a portal key.
All right.
But we didn't find out anything. There is still another house here.
Done.
And that's these dudes. No, this is just a villager, dude. The ragged man looks at you with fear, and then realizes you mean him no immediate harm, and he straightens. What do you want, Burke? What are you afraid of? You mean aside from the Davis breaking this place over, or the hardheads cleaning us out, or the deaders coming out of the catacombs below, or the cranium rats trying to take us over, or each other's knives at our throats, or starving? Aside from the everyday, it's gotta be those creatures what done fared in. Creatures? What creatures? Creatures straight out of Beator's maw is what they was. Things of blackest nightmare and fear, made of pure shadow. They took him and tore him apart. Weren't really nothing left of him. Buried what we could find. Alright, tell me something else then. Get it then.
I'm gone. Done.
How is that not a journal update? The man looks up slowly as you approach. He takes a look at you and sneers in disgust. What in the 9 hells be ye? He wrinkles his nose. Perhaps the Dusties are missing one of their rotting dogs. He laughs. Ha! Never have I seen anything so ugly. Except your reflection? The man seems taken aback for a moment, then sneers again, fingering the hilt of his blade. You look due for a bleeding, Governor. Settle down. I have no interest in fighting you. Oh, you don't, do you? He spits at your feet. What does the thin, watery blood of cowards fill your vein, Burke? Or did it all seep out during your last mangling? As I recall, your mother is the one who has the thin, watery blood of cowards running her veins. By my count, that means half the city's bastards carry the same bloodline as you. The man blinks for a moment, as if digesting what you said. Then his face flushes with anger. He draws his blade and lunges at you. It's shit, dude.
Die.
Haven't figured out where Barrett gets his stuff from, or where he got it from. Uhir! Oh, Uhir. This sour-faced, middle-aged man starts when you approach. When you approach him, and reaches for his belt. Finding no weapon there, he simply backs away from you. You can see that beneath his collector's robe, his lower legs and forearms are swathed in filth-encrusted bandages. What you want? He has the answers to some questions. He nods, but says nothing. You're covered in bandages. What happened to you? Yeah, well, I got bit by a ghoul down below while I was looking for stuff to sell. Down below? Down in the catacombs, where all the dead are sits. Hey, you going down there? You going down there anytime? Perhaps. Why? Because I lost my lucky knife, he grunts angrily, stomping his foot. It's been with me for years. Right here. He points to an empty sheath on his belt. Too bad. I had other questions. I already sold that. I can't get it back. I don't know where it is. Who are you? Whatever, dude. Collector. Greetings. Who are you? What is this place? I had some questions. Never mind.
I'm gone.
Stay away from me, Burke. And you'll not be harmed. Calm down. I just wanted to know who you are. Blah, 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 blah. Man,
Done.
we probably have to go Rag Picker Square. Oh, here. That's the guy I was looking for. Ujin. You see a drab man with a perfectly moon-shaped face. He looks at you without expression and does not speak. It looks as though his voice would be as flat as a meadow. Greetings. I was hoping you could answer a few questions for me. What do you want to know? Tell me of this place. Oh my god, I can't...
Updated my journal.
Who has your name and number? The one who used to be Radine. She stole them from me. I offered her the shelter of my name and number, and she stole them from me. They are mine lawfully by right. Find her. She is in this village. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my god. Keep giving me more and more low-level quests. I don't want to do them. Ah, of course.
Done.
I was hoping it would give me the map, but it didn't. I think you're probably supposed to talk to the guy
I'm
here.
gone.
Sharegrave. Because he's the boss of these collectors. So he would know. Nod. Hello, Nod. I had some questions. Dumped 10 coppers into his palms. Tell me about collectors. About this area. Tell me about Sharegraves. Whatever, dude.
I'm gone.
Hello, Sharegrave. Tall and lanky, this pale, grim-looking man exudes authority despite his gangly and somewhat awkward frame. A good portion of his left ear is missing. What little that's left is a ragged mess of scar tissue, as if the ear was bitten rather than cut off. His narrow, shifting eyes, almost mere slits, look clever and dangerous. Would you be Sharegrave? He spits out a reply. I don't know you, Burke. He glares at you. Who are you to be asking about some Sharegrave cutter? A man named Pox referred me to Sharegrave. I was told he might know the location of someone named Farad. The tension in the room suddenly rises. Now, what a funny thing to be asking about. What do you know? What do you want to know about Old Blood Farad? He has some things of him. He knows something I need to know. That's so. Like what, eh? Like who I am. After an awkward silence, he speaks. You're barmy, Burke, and not safe to have around from the looks of you. Get lost, and be quick about it. But I have more questions. That's so, hmm? How interesting. He suddenly calls out, Bloods, kill this man. Ether attack.
The clock sings true.
300 gold. God damn it.
Done.
Ratbone? My name is Ratbone. Thief for hire. Blah 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 blah. Oh, he can turn you into a thief? I don't want to be a thief though. Well. Doesn't look like we'll be figuring out
Done.
where the corpses are coming from for some reason. Somehow we missed that entirely.
I'm gone.
Hmm.
I'm gone.
Someone has to know.
All right.
But I can't ask anyone. That's what is actually annoying me. It's just like you're just supposed to just randomly stumble upon it somewhere. No one knows shit. Yeah, no. Already heard this. Say anything? But does Ignis also regenerate? Fucking... Greetings! Oh, no, this isn't the same guy. visitor. His short, balding man's orange tunic and rather sizable gut gives him the look of a walking pumpkin. He's absent-mindedly patting his large paunch with a slow rhythm, as if it were a drum. The man's odd, crooked smile and a strange gleam in his eyes make him look a bit mad. The man gives an exaggerated, flourishing bow, presents a small card which reads only Jumble Murder Sense, Dausitect Sorcerer Extraordinaire. Then he snatches the card from your grasp and proceeds to eat it, grinning wildly all the while. Mort whispers, somewhere an asylum is one barmy short. I had some questions, Jumble. Jumble yawns and looks away, drumming on his belly with the palms of his hand. Never mind, farewell. Where is this dude? Merriman. Perhaps I'll just take the keys, Merriman. The only way you'll be taking my keys, young one, is by prying them from my cold dead fingers. I am uncertain of the wisdom in starting a row in the Civic Fest Hall. Granted, so are these literally the keys to her heart? Nods. We already talked about that. Next solution. Since this quest is driving me mad.
Not this time.
Pickpocket failed.
Done.
Oh well. What about in here? Was there anyone except for the statue man that we didn't talk to? There's a bunch of sensates. No one knows shit. I had some questions. How can you help me, Splinter? And another question. Someone I was looking for, Merriman.
I'm gone.
Hello, Nemel. Hello, Aelwyn.
Done.
Welcome, sir. Thank you. We already checked here. Have squat. We already bought all the things.
I'm gone.
So honestly, the only thing left, because I didn't want to do it because it didn't feel like it was finished,
All right.
is to accuse the Medusa girl of theft. Modrons, I have some questions. Do you know what this little cube-like toy creature is? The Modron, its appearance identical in every aspect but size to the object in your hands, blinks once, twice, then speaks. The object is a portal cube. The user is to position the appendages of the portal cube in such a manner that it will activate. Once activated, the portal cube will transport the user to whatever destination it was tuned to during its creation. What's the proper position to activate this one? We do not have that information. Over 97% of all portal cubes function in a slightly different manner. We were not present at the construction of the subject's portal cube, nor have we ever been given instructions as to its use. Should the subject desire to utilize the portal cube, they will have to determine its method of operation and destination by experimentation. Where is it? Manipulate the toy and look for some sort of effect. You bend, twist, rotate the toy's various points of articulation, noting that the limbs often suddenly revert to their original position. Finally, as you bend its left knee, the toy makes an odd pop. It shudders in your hand. Rotate the left arm. Rotate the right arm, then the left wing, then the right wing. Oh. Extend the right wing, then the left wing. Left knee. Left wing. Left knee, left wing. Left knee, left wing, right arm. Left knee, left wing, right wing. Right knee. Left wing. No, left knee, left wing. Right wing. Left arm. There's a whir and click, then a blinding white light suddenly explodes in your hands. What? Yeah, I knew this was going to be the case. You see a cube with 2 arms, 2 legs, and 2 small wings spouting from its sides. On the front of the cube is an animated face. As you approach, the creature focuses its eyes upon you. Greetings! The creature focuses emotionless eyes on you. Greetings, adventurer! Welcome to Rubicon, the dungeon construct. Thank you for choosing Rubicon for your dungeon experience. You may access Rubicon through this door. What is Rubicon? The creature stares at you without answering. What is a dungeon construct? The creature blinks at you but gives no indication it has heard your question. Never mind, I gotta go. Farewell. You see a mechanical man with pale green skin. Although it's obviously a construct, it does have an animated face, which is scowling at you. Greetings. Grrr! The creature growls at you, then pauses, weighing your reaction. Am I supposed to be frightened by that? It looks confused. Grrr? Makes a feeble, threatening gesture toward you. I ask you if I'm supposed to be frightened by that. It stares at you from a moment, while considering your question. Yes. Grr is a sound indicative of a threat. I have included an appropriate gesture to add weight to the threat. Fear is the anticipated response which will give me the advantage in the fight that follows. It leads to the attack.
All right.
Bonk. You see a mechanical man with pale green skin. Although it's obviously a construct, it does have an animated face, which is scowling at you. Greetings! The creature suddenly stops scowling at you and adopts a look of mock terror. Eek! It is the hero, sent here no doubt to slay the evil one. Woe to me, the hapless construct on duty at the time of his arrival. Who are you? The creature pauses to think for a moment, then gives an exaggerated shrug of his shoulders. Your hapless victim? It readies itself for an attack. This can't be happening, can it? Ah, but it is. About your name. It leaps to the attack.
All right.
Oh no, 2 of them! Why are they dropping rat tails? see a mechanical man with pale green skin. Blah 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 blah. Die in the name of the evil wizard. Creature brandishes a weapon at you. Am I supposed to be frightened by all of this? The creature stops waving its weapon and pauses to think for a moment. Yes, mentioning the evil one always strikes fear into the hearts of the masses, giving cause for the hero to travel forth, facing many perils until he finally defeats the evil one, due to an act of loyal stupidity. It leads to the attack.
All right.
This is just gonna lead to another lawful neutral character joining our party, isn't it? Or another neutral. You see a mechanical man. Grr. Who are you? I'm a monster. How we do battle? Oh my god. Pathfinding is so weird. It's like trying to predict where the enemies are going, instead of just moving to where they are. Eek, it's the hero. I don't have time for this. The creature gives you a dark but gloating look. Nay, Snake, cannot flee the terror that stands before you. When one transgresses as you have, one must pay the price. It leads to the attack.
Die.
Money!
I'm gone.
And I'll take it. What's this lead? What are you doing? To arms!
Endure.
Clue!
In enduring, grow strong.
The cryptic piece of parchment simply states, you now have a better understanding of what is going on. Alright. Grr, I don't have time for this. God damn it.
Die.
Ignis hears you.
Done.
Ignore the creature.
Done. Done. All right.
Oh, what's this? Entrance.
I'm gone.
Isn't that the entrance?
Done.
No.
I'm gone.
It's just somewhere I've been.
All right.
Yes.
I feel like I'm in a cuckoo clock. A cuckoo
I'm
cuckoo
gone.
clock.
You're in a cuckoo clock? Yes,
Alright.
yes, you absolutely are in a cuckoo clock.
I'm gone. I'm gone. All right. I'm gone.
Modrons. You see a cube with 2 arms, 2 legs, and 2 small wings sprouting from its sides. On the front of the cube is an animated face. As you approach, the creature focuses its eyes upon you. Greetings. Greetings, the creature speaks with a monotone, sexless voice. I have some questions. The creature continues to look at you blankly. State your question. Who are you? We are Modron. Your name is Modron? We are Modron. We do not have a name. We are Modron. All that you see here are Modron. We are one. If you don't have names, how do you tell one Modron from another? There is a pause as the Modron considers your question. We know. We are Modron. We are a part of the whole. Just as you recognize the hand that is part of the arm, we recognize each part of the whole. What about you, the individual? The Modron looks confused and pauses for a second. A heated buzzing sound fills the room but quickly passes. We are Modron. We are part of the whole. The whole is Modron. There is no other. That's interesting. I have some questions. What are you? We are Modron. We are Quadron. What is a Quadron? Within our race, we are identified as type Quadron. Then what is a Modron? We are Modron. Our race is identified as such. What is this place? This is the Rubicon Dungeon Construct Project. What exactly is that? The Modron begins to emit a soft humming sound as it answers you. Rubicon. Project goal is to determine the dynamics, both social and asocial, surrounding the environment commonly constructed as a dungeon, and to attempt to explain the aberrations that tend to occur in such environments. How do you intend to do that? Rubicon is capable of forming a series of rooms linked in such a fashion as to form what is commonly referred to as a dungeon. Each dungeon can have one of 3 difficulty settings: easy, normal, hard. The dungeon is then populated with monsters, traps, and treasure, according to the difficulty level chosen. After creation, the dungeon can be fully explored. The Modron begins to emit a low hum. What is that humming about? Rubicon is a worthy accomplishment, and it pauses for a moment. We are content. You said something about aberrations. Queries to be answered. What attracts people to dungeons? Why do people often seek to enter them if they are places of such danger? Why are dungeons there in the first place? What are the dynamics of a workable dungeon? We do not understand. It pauses. I do not. You started to say I instead of we. The Modron gives you a concerned look and glances about the room. You are in error. We are Modron. We are the whole. We will not discuss this. I know that I know what I heard. You started to say I, and the Modron frowns at you. You hear a hint of anger in its voice as it answers you. No, we are Modron. We are a part of the whole. We will not discuss this further. An angry buzzing fills the room, then subsides. Alright, I'd like to try one of these dungeons you mentioned. There is a significant pause before the Modron answers you. Request denied. Project halted due to accident. What accident? Dungeon construct became unstable, cause uncertain. Failsafes activate during dungeon, causing dungeon to collapse, cause uncertain. Portal lens malfunction, causing contact with home plane of Mechanus to be severed, cause uncertain. Reset of dungeon necessary. Then why don't you reset it? Reset can only be initiated by Project Director. Project Director disintegrated. Portal lens has malfunctioned. Contact with Mechanus severed. Cannot acquire replacement. Director from Mechanus. Let me get this straight. You can't reset without a director, but you can't get a director without resetting. The Modron looks worried and begins to fidget. Assessment correct. Project halted. Look, I'm an adventurer, and I've been through some dungeons in my day. Why don't you let me be your director? The room is suddenly filled with a buzzing sound that just sudden subsides. Assistance welcome. You are now Project Director. Advise on next task. Reset the dungeon. Initializing reset. The room is filled with a low thrumming sound that can be felt rather than heard. Collapsing existing dungeon. The sound rises in power until the floor begins to vibrate. Initiating new dungeon. The sound rises in volume until you think your head is about to explode. Suddenly, the room goes quiet. Reset complete. Dungeon construct status easy. Awaiting further instructions, Director. I have some questions. Are there any dangers associated with Rubicon that I should be aware of? Yes, Director. Do not become separated from any companions while in the maze. If the maze were to reset or a new difficulty setting chosen, anyone left in the maze would be killed. I see. I will not reform my party while in the maze.
Updated my journal.
Anything else? Yes, Director. Do not drop items or equipment in the maze. If the maze were to reset or a new difficulty setting chosen, any items left in the maze would be destroyed.
Updated my journal.
What exactly is Rubicon capable of? Rubicon is capable of forming a series of rooms linked in such a fashion as to form what is commonly referred to as a dungeon. Blah 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 blah. The Modron pauses. Alternate capabilities are available via the portal lens. What alternate capabilities? Rubicon can form a gateway to other locations by temporarily attaching itself to known existing portals. This effect is known as a portal lens. This allows use of the portal from within Rubicon without traveling to the portal location. So if I know of a portal, I can go to its destination from here. Correct, Director. I want to use the portal lens to travel somewhere. State your destination, Director. Okay. Clerk's Ward. Whew, yikes. I thought we were gonna get the Modron guy. But I guess not. Maybe we have to finish the dungeons or something. Whew. But either way, I've played way over time today. And I don't even know why. Ooh, oh boy. But... oh... tomorrow is Friday. And we'll continue playing in the afternoon. And then, I guess we'll play all weekend. As usual. Now, the game... I checked the game's length on...
You know, it wouldn't kill you to say a few words to me, Fiendling.
how long to beat.
Or kiss me.
It said like 30 hours or something. But I think at the pace we're gonna play, it's gonna be more like 100 hours or something. But I'm actually going to enter this place here before I quit, just so I maybe remember to go in here. Because I'm wondering if any of these might be linked to the river Styx somehow. Just like we managed to grab one of these. I want to check through these again to see if we can maybe get something from here. To deal with the man who wants to forget. But we'll check that next time. So, until then, thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye-bye.